Uh-uh.
Nick? No, Nick, give us.
No, I haven't seen either one yet.
Taking a photo.
All right, guys.
Go to the restroom.
I thought Daniel was going to have the nuclear meltdown music playing back there, but I guess that's just my ringtone, huh? All right, guys, let's come back together here. See, I knew you guys needed your social time. I knew it. All right, Nicole, let's get this kicked off here. You guys will see some handouts that we made for you on the table for you guys to take, because you guys are going to get so much powerful information today. We want to ensure that you're making an impact and you're taking that home with you so that we can have actionable items, not just coming here for fun. So, all right, Nicole, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's see.
I've been ready. I love learning about money.
Oh,
it's my favorite topic.
Is it?
Yeah.
I had no idea. No idea. The way you spend, no, I'm just kidding. All right. So next up, we're going to bring up Paul Roberts, who is going to share with you guys a little bit about the fundamentals of investing, and that is the cash flow quadrant.
Yes. You know, most people work for money, but the real power comes when our money starts working for us. Am I right? Yeah. All right. All right.
Hey, we didn't introduce ourselves.
Oh.
Do we need it?
I don't think.
No? Okay, all right. I'm Brittany Stewart, by the way. I'm the one with blue eyes. I am not Nicole.
Yeah. People actually get us confused. Even when I was pregnant, they got us confused.
I was very offended, by the way.
Yeah.
I was like, whoa.
I was
I've been on a weight loss journey ever since you've had Nixon.
We're doing good.
All right, awesome. And we also want to introduce some other people for you guys too here. So make sure you guys meet with our sponsors and give them some love too, because we could not put these events on. We couldn't be fed either or housed apparently now for MetroTex if we did not have these sponsors. So thank you so much for that.
Yes, we will be bringing them to the stage later as well.
Yep, absolutely. So, well, without further ado, are you ready, Paul?
I'm ready.
All right, come on up, Paul Roberts.
I've got a live one. What? I'm good here.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah. This is my clicker. You just press the forward. All right, my name is Paul Roberts. I'm the Chief Compounding Officer of We Partners, I Can't Quit, and EXP. And today I am 5,021 days sober. Yeah. Thank you. And I say that because I always know there's somebody that's struggling with that. And I like to work in the mess. I love working in people's mess. I think God got me sober, not to hang out with sober people, and to help people get out of that mess. So if you ever want to talk to me, I'm here to listen. I don't care if you're like, hey, I don't even want to admit that I'm an alcoholic, but I know I need to quit drinking, but I'm not even ready to quit drinking. I still want to hang out with you. Like, I want to know you. I was also not meant to just hang out with Christians. I was meant to hang out with everybody. And also I was not meant to just hang out with successful business people. That's how I built a successful business. God didn't put me here just to work with the people. Like I've heard it said before, I don't hire real estate agents that are a work in progress. I already want them to have a proven track record. Well, guess what? I want the opposite. Bring me the mess. Bring me the people that we can work with. I think that's why we earn the revenue share. Like the people that tell me they only want to work with people that are already successful, I almost want to call Glenn and say, can we take away their rev share? I want to talk about the cash flow quadrant, but I want to go deep in how we make money here with the cash flow quadrant. Is everybody okay with that? Yeah. I saw this in 2005 and it fired me up because I knew why I was broke. I was self-employed. I was one of those people that said, I'm self-employed and I'm loving it. If someone's been self-employed and saying they're loving it after a couple years, they're lying straight from the pit of hell. And the challenge we have is most real estate agents stay in self-employed mode, and that's survival mode. You didn't get out of E, employee, to go to S to live in survival. You might as well stay in E. Because when self quits working, self is unemployed. You don't want to live that way. You eventually want to go from survival to success, but you don't want to stay in success too long. You want to go to significance, and that's the B quadrant, business. I don't have time today to talk about I. Every real estate agent I talk to thinks they're an I. Read the cash flow quadrant, you realize you're not. I know one person that's an I in this room, and he's probably working the camera somewhere around here. There he is. He's a true I, and Homeboy's taking pictures of us. It's pretty cool how humble that man is. But to become a business owner is when you move into a category when you can walk away from your business and money still comes in. In fact, you can leave for a month if you built it correctly, come back a month later, and it got bigger. See, in survival and success, it's all about you. You're in control of everything. Significance, you give up control. You move on. And there's a fine line, and that's why I have it written like that, success between self-employed and business owner. You're kind of teetering back and forth. You're really, really close, but you're not quite there. Now, I want you to be successful. I want you to, how many Icon folks do we have here? Yeah, I want you to get the Icon. I want you to get the $16,000 stock. I want you to get all of those things, but eventually it's time for you not to be the hero and be the hero maker. You've got to go to the hero maker, and in the hero maker in the business level is where you're helping other people become the hero. Now, by the way, if y'all could, there's only two notes y'all need to take down right now. Life insurance and Limp Bizkit. That's it. Life insurance, Limp Bizkit. That should cover everything. No, seriously, write it down. There's only two notes you got to write. Life insurance, Limp Bizkit. Remind me to come back to that, okay? So, what I've noticed when people try to build a business is they flatline. This is the flat line. The challenge with the flat line is it's a flat line. You're going to die. Because you got Jerry has no ownership in this thing. You got Kelsey's got no ownership in this thing. No one's got any ownership, no responsibility, no skin in the game. And guess what? They're dependent on you for everything. Has anybody in here tried to build a team? You got frustrated because you got tired of answering everybody's questions. Be honest with me. I got to laugh. Okay, good, that'll work. I got two hands. The rest of y'all need to go to church on Sunday. But seriously, if you've brought in a few people, you know that if they become dependent on you, it drives you insane. And I hear people say, I tried to build and I'm not doing it no more. You didn't do it correctly. And I want to help you, okay? This is the correct way to do it. You need to go wide and deep. I've been doing this for 20 years. That structure right there, Tamara, my wife, and I sold that for 8 figures. I barely graduated high school. I can barely spell. I sold that for 8 figures. I want to teach you how to do it. Now, I can spend an hour right here. But Don said I didn't have that long. So what I did is I got to scan that. It's a workbook, a playbook that I put together. I'm also going to send you a series of about 8 videos or 10 videos to try to explain this. And I believe everything is caught, not taught. You want to watch me build this? Come watch me every other Wednesday in Daniel's office, and I'll do it in front of you. I will make live dials in front of you. I've made live dials in front of 2,000 people before. I've done it to 5 people, 3 people. It doesn't matter. Come watch me and I'll show you how to build that thing deep. Because here's what happens when you build that. See, I can't yet. When you bring in Jerry, by the way, these are real people on my team. Jerry, Julie, can't read that far. Patrick, Caitlin, Gabe, Alex, Juan, Felix, Jose, Miguel. Jerry's Dallas, Julie, San Antonio, Patrick back to Dallas, Caitlin, Dallas, and the rest of those are in McAllen, Texas. How did I get to McAllen, Texas? Think about it. Look at me. How did I get to McAllen, Texas to build my biggest business in McAllen? Because what I did is I helped these folks build relationships and build the business all the way down. I'm not great at a lot of things. I'm great at that. And that's what I do. Because when Julie brings in Patrick, they will figure out how to get trained. They're not dependent on you anymore. They're not sitting around waiting for you to hand them something. They got ownership of this. They want to go. They want to win this thing. Same thing with Caitlin, Gabe, everybody. Now, it doesn't go down in a perfect line like that. It goes out all over the place. Let me ask y'all a question. Have y'all ever hired a real estate agent that you really, really liked? You really liked them, but they didn't make it? Raise your hand. Like you liked them and it bummed you out. And you're like, man, why didn't they make it? I don't understand why they didn't make it. It just frustrates you, right? Well, if you love them, teach them how to do that and they stay. Patrick, he couldn't sell a life insurance policy to save his freaking life. He got 500 people on his team. Y'all should clap for that. Seriously, couldn't sell a life insurance policy. How many real estate agents you know that you like that you could have taught them how to do that and they could be with you today? You like them, right? Give me the mess. Give me everybody. Because here we've created agents becoming owners, agents taking responsibility, agents becoming self-reliant, and friendships and relationships that you can't pass up. 3 years ago, I went to Cabo and I saw something that was beautiful. I saw this lady get on stage with Brent Gove, And I could tell something changed the moment they walked on stage. I don't know any of these people. This is the first event I've ever been to. I didn't know anybody. This was 2 years ago, I'm sorry. Didn't know anybody. And they played this video. It's a tribute to this man's life, and I can tell what happened. I said, this man passed away. I'm crying, and I don't know him. I'm bawling. I look around, everybody's crying. There's not a dry eye in there. And then afterward, Brent talks about what happened. He has Casey talk about what happened. Casey is now the widow, and she got up and spoke. And I am bawling like a baby. You want to talk about wealth? This is wealth building. This is what Glenn created for us. This woman got the best life insurance product in the freaking world. Think about that. She got the best, because it's money, which, by the way, it's a piece of paper. It means nothing. You and I put value on that piece of crap. It means nothing to anybody. But guess what? They gave her relationships, friendships. The whole auditorium was standing up clapping. I'm crying. I don't know these people. I'm fired up. I'm going, I didn't leave life insurance. I'm still in life insurance. You want to talk about wealth building, what you can do for people, what you can do for your family, what you can leave for them. If that doesn't encourage you to build a business and get wealthy, I don't know what will. But I was like, I can help people grow here. I know that. I want to help people grow here. I want to teach them how to build a business. I'm back in life insurance. I really am, but it's the best life insurance because Glenn gave us gold and we just got to go out and use it. Absolute gold. But you got to build. I want to show everybody in the room how to do that. You got to go wide and deep because if you don't, you're constantly a conveyor belt of just losing people and losing people. And guess what? Some of those people might not, see, if you're focused on them doing a transaction, they might not ever be able to do a transaction. But what if they could bring you 500 people? You would change their life forever. They would get wealthy. I've never seen anybody save themselves into wealth. I've never met a wealthy person that's done that. You've got to somehow become a business owner or investor to get there. Glenn has given us the best platform to get there. I don't have time to discuss this, but what I can tell you is that if you want to be a business owner, you have to have that value with the V right there. And every great business owner with this company has that V. Do the Scan Me, reach out to me. I'll tell you what that V part is, but it's inside of every one of you, I promise. I just want to help you get there. There's the information to scan my card, scan to get the playbook, follow me on Instagram, or to get my book for free. I love you guys. Go get yours. I'm getting mine.
Special treat today for us, and that is Dennis Tuttle. Anyone who's from this area knows who Dennis Tuttle is. I was a team leader at a different brokerage, and I used to idolize Dennis. He was a team leader too, but he had about 700 agents, I think, underneath him. So if anyone knows how to teach us about success, it's definitely going to be Dennis. He's a philanthropist in this area. His children do, is it bricks by, tell me what it is, Dennis.
Building Blocks for Kids.
Building Blocks for Kids, which is awesome to watch his children give back to the community and build too. But we want to welcome to the stage, you're in for a treat, Dennis Tuttle.
Awesome, thank you. Where's the
Oh, right here.
Perfect. Awesome. How's everybody doing? And good morning to you. Well, like Brady said, my name is Dennis Tuttle. Super excited to be here with you guys. We're talking wealth building and stuff today, so super excited. We teach this at our office for our clients and agents and other people in the community. And I've been teaching this particular session for about 4 years. And I'm gonna preface some things with it because about 4 years ago, we started thinking about like, how could we start teaching some stuff to the community and investing? And I thought, I'll write an investment class. And that one class, I started getting into it. I'm like, man, this is going to have to be like 2 or 3 classes. And now it's like 6 classes because you just can't teach all this stuff that quickly. And so there's kind of a series with this. But today we're going to get into the basics and kind of intro to investing today. My job, I see, is kind of like prime the pump for everybody else that's going to be speaking today. So let me ask you a question, though. How many of you have already invested? You've done some type of real estate investing already. So, oh, very nice. Okay, cool. How many of you have not, but you're planning to this year? So let me see, show of hands. Okay, nobody. One person. Okay, good. You and I. This is for you. How many of you won't raise your hand no matter what I say today? Okay, the you too. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, we're gonna dive right into things. I want to start out with a couple of simple truths that I think will maybe help mindset for the rest of the day. And one of them is this: that there's patterns to success and there's patterns to failure. And we're going to hear a lot of that today. We're going to hear patterns of success. We're going to hear, and you're going to notice a theme probably. I don't know everybody's agenda and what everybody's talking about today, but you're going to notice a theme and a pattern of what we're talking about. You're also going to hear a pattern of probably failure. And for me, I study patterns of success because I want to know what can I model things after? Well, why would we study a pattern of failure? Why would we give that any time? Yeah, so we know what's not working. I don't know about you, but if I can go through life and not have to bang my head against the wall over and over and over again, I'm going to sign up for that. I'm totally good with that, right? So that's first thing. There's patterns of success and there's patterns to failure. Second thing is this: that the land doesn't care who the farmer is. You will never hear me speak probably ever without this phrase coming out of my mouth. But here's what that means. If the farmer follows the right success pattern, follows the right success formula, the land doesn't care who does the work, right? As long as the farmer sows the seed at the proper time, waters it, reaps the harvest at the right time, the land is going to produce for anybody that's willing to work the land. Would you guys agree with that? Yeah, so it doesn't matter how old you are, young you are, new you are, what you look like, where you're from, who your parents were. Right? The culture would have you believe, oh, no, all that stuff matters. And I'm going to just say, I don't think it does. Does that mean you're going to have things that you're going to have to overcome? Yeah, sure. There's stuff you're going to have to overcome, stuff you're going to have to figure out. But the land doesn't say, oh, hey, farmer dude, you're too new, or I don't like the way you look, so I'm not going to produce for you. By the way, if the land is audibly talking to you, that's a problem. Anyway, but that's another class for another day. So if you do the right things, right, and life is the same way. If you follow the right pattern, you follow the formula for success, the land will produce for anybody willing to work the land. Second thing is, who decides the size of the harvest? Is it the land or the farmer? It's the farmer. Who wakes up and decides how much land we're going to go sow, how much land we're going to go work, right? The farmer wakes up. Let's pretend, by the way, in real estate, is there limitless opportunities? Yes. Yeah. Nobody's saying, hey, you can only do one house a year, right? So there's limitless opportunity. The farmer wakes up and decides, I'm going to do an acre or 10 acres or 50 acres or 100 acres or 1,000 acres, right? Now, by the way, is the formula to do 1,000 acres probably different than 1 acre? Yeah, absolutely. And it was this mindset that got me into real estate to begin with. I started actually investing, getting into the investment world right out of high school, going into college. So around 2003, 2004. And about 5 years later, end of 2008, I decided that I wanted to get my real estate license. Now, if you told someone at the end of 2008, going into 2009, you wanted to get your real estate license, people just looked at you like you were the dumbest person on the planet. They're like, does your wife know? Yeah. But about my wife, so I remember sitting on the back patio and I love real estate and I love people. So I was like, get my license. That makes a lot of sense. So I was sitting on the back porch with my wife and I was like, hey, I think I'm going to get my real estate license. And she goes, well, and she loves me. She's very positive. And she goes, well, all the real estate agents I know are broke and they work too much. How many of y'all know that guy or girl? Or are you that person, right? All right. So you don't raise your hand, right? And I said, well, I get that. I know. But I said, I also know these agents that are crushing it and they're teaching other people how to do it. So I'm just going to do what they did. And that was my whole business plan. And she goes, okay, right? And so with that, because she understood what I understood, I learned this at a very young age, the land doesn't care who the farmer is. I was 23 years old. I had no database. I hardly knew anybody. And it was how was the market in 2009? It was terrible, right? It was terrible. We were in the midst of a recession. It was crazy. Everything said, no, you should not do that. In my head, though, I thought, well, if I can get into real estate and learn the business now when it's hard, I said, I'll have a career for the rest of my life. And that's exactly what happened. Here's the other thing, too, I want you to understand. Every time real estate changes hands, somebody's making money. So it doesn't matter, right? I don't care if there's 10,000 homes a year or a month selling in North Texas or 5,000. You don't need all 5,000 to have a good month, right? And so this was kind of like my mentality. And back then it was tough. I had to sell 2 houses for every one I closed. I think I closed around 35 transactions that first year. And back then we were slugging it out. I mean, the average sales price was $140,000 in Arlington. So it was tough. I mean, I remember like if I did something over 100, I was like, okay, luxury was like a $300,000 house. It was pretty exciting. So, but this mentality got me into that. So as we're going into this, I don't want you saying, oh, well, that's just Dennis, he can do that, or oh, that's just Austin, and he had this advantage, or what. No, forget about that. I would not. I promise you. I live in Waxahachie now, out in the country. I don't look like I have cows and chickens, but I have cows and chickens, y'all. And this is it's for the tax write-off. But and my kids. But I promise you, I would not have driven all the way from Waxahachie this morning to come teach you this stuff if I didn't fully believe down deep in my heart that every single person in here could do the stuff that we're talking about today. So are we good with that? All right, so does the land care who the farmer is? No? Okay, good. We're doing great. All right, so if we're going to talk about investing, this is a very, very important question to ask, and it is why? A lot of people get into real estate for the money, and then they realize it's a lot of work, and it's really hard, and they never ask themselves, why are they doing this, right? How many of y'all have read Simon Sinek's book, It Starts With Why, or Start With Why? Okay, cool. Great book. And he said this in the book, and I loved it. He starts out with this, he calls it this golden circle, and he says, everyone can pretty much answer the first question, which is, what do you do? Right? You get on an airplane, you say, hey, what do you do? And the people tell you, here's what I do. I'd say probably about half of the people, if you asked them, how do you do it? How do you do what you do? I think half the people would just say, well, I don't know, I just do it. They don't have a documented process, a documented system. They couldn't sit down and say, here's what you do. Boom, 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 right? But I think about half maybe could, right? But the third question, the most important question, is why do you do what you do? I challenge you, next time you're on an airplane or at the car wash or wherever you're at sitting to someone, actually I challenge you to get off your phone, first of all, and talk to people. I made a joke about that yesterday in a class that I was teaching, but we used to talk to people in public. It was a great time. It's a good era. I was glad to come from that era. And but ask someone what they do, but then ask them, why do you do what you do? That'll stump them. You always know the quality of the question, by the way, by the gap in the response, right? Why do you do what you do? And so when you get into investing, this is very important, real estate especially, because can real estate be hard? Yeah. I'd say real estate investing can be even harder because now you got your money on the line, right? You got all the stuff, all the risk, all the things, and it can be, it can be tough. I remember when I first started flipping homes and getting into rental properties and all this stuff, all the things they didn't tell you in the real estate investing books, like your houses are going to get broken into. People are going to steal all the copper out of your walls. Someone's going to vandalize your house. Someone's going to take the closet rod and play javelin in your living room and put 100 holes in the wall. Yeah, all that stuff has happened. And you're sitting there like, oh, like they didn't talk about this in the book, right? It sounds like this really cool thing. These are patterns of failure. And so if you don't know why you're doing it, what's going to happen? You're going to quit, right? You're going to quit. And so you got to figure this part out, right? The why has to be bigger, right, than any of the problems and things that you're going to have to overcome. And I always teach this stuff, and people are like, oh, okay, just get to the real estate part. That's what I came here for. But I promise you, if your heart's not in the right spot, which that's where your big why lives, by the way, right? All the thoughts you have, everything else, all coming from here. So if you don't have the why figured out, you don't know why you're getting up every morning, you don't know what's getting you out of bed on the worst day of your life, you are not going to do this stuff, right? And I meet investors all the time. They're like, I did one, I lost my lunch on that deal, and I don't know that I ever want to touch a real estate deal again. Does that happen? Yeah. Well, what I would say is that deal, that problem was bigger than the reason they were doing it And that's the problem, right? Simon Sinek said, working hard for something we don't care about is called stress, but working hard for something we love is called passion, right? And it's a lot easier to get up and work for something you love than work for something you hate. Are y'all with me on that? Now, does that mean it's going to be easy? No, and that's the point, right? That's the point. And so one other thing I'd say with this, and I've wanted to quit many times. Many times. I remember, in probably 2011, I was ready to quit multiple times. Ran out of money, had all these challenges, personal challenges, all the stuff. And it's really funny because the first time I got into this business, I saw these people speaking, and it was funny because my first career vision for myself was to invest in real estate and then teach other people how to do it. I just thought that would be fun. And then I ended up getting my license and teaching and coaching and doing a bunch of other things with that. And I'll say this, I'm going to back up. One of the things I learned early on was that the purpose of business, the purpose of an opportunity or a career or whatever it was to fund your perfect life. And when I say perfect life, I want you to understand, I'm not talking about just where you want to live and what you want to drive and all that stuff. I'm talking about like, how do you want to live? What's your lifestyle look like? What do you want to give? Does that make sense? So when I say perfect life, I'm not just talking about the perfect life. My wife and I, by the way, we were 13. We started dating when we were 17. Our first date was her senior prom. Aw, I knew you were going to say that. And so when I started, I grew up in a construction family. My dad owned a roofing company for about 40 years. He finally retired. I talked him into finally just enjoying life a little bit. But he was a storm chaser, so he was gone like 8, 9, 10 months out of the year, and chasing storms. Sometimes he was working 3 or 4 different offices at the same time. And I don't have any resentment on that. I'm grateful because it provided really well for our family. And but I also knew I don't want to do that, especially when you hear your dad complain about the roofing business every day of your life. He didn't sell it very well. I hate roofing. I hate people. I hate it's like I don't think I'm going to do that, Dad. And so when I started thinking about, well, what does my perfect life look like? I thought, well, I want to get married and I want to have kids. By the way, I have 5 kids, this old to this old. And they're awesome. But I was like, I don't want to be away from them. I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to be around. I want to be present. But I also want to be able to fund my life. And that's how I fell into real estate, right? I was like, what could I do that I could stay here, but I could make as much money as I wanted to? Are y'all with me on that? So I just figured that out. So I don't know, your big why, what is it, right? It has to be more than money. I promise you this. So is it retirement, legacy, giving, family, freedom, right? All of these types of things. And one thing I would encourage you on this with the big why aspect is to go deeper on your why. Keep asking why until you get to the heart of what it was. I was coaching an agent one time and we were talking about goals. And I said, well, why do you want to make that money? What is it about the goal, right? And she goes, well, I want to pay for my kids' college. Which, by the way, is that a good thing? Yes or no? That's a good thing, right? And I said, okay, that's great. That's great. But the problem with that is it was a finite goal. At some point, that was going to get accomplished. She was going to check that box off. And then I was like, if that's what you're living for, what do you do after your kids go to college? Now what are you living for? And so my point was this. I said, let's go deeper on that. And this is what I'm going to encourage you as you're kind of figuring this out. I said, why do you want to pay for your kids' college? And she tells me, she goes, well, I want to provide a life for my kids that was never provided to me. I said, oh, that's good. That's a big why. I said, let me ask you a question. Can that why survive? Can that go past your kids graduating college? She was like, yeah, I think it could. I said, could you continue to provide a life for your kids that you didn't have long after they're out of college? In fact, I said, you could continue to do that till the day you die. Maybe just being present is more than what you had when you were growing up. Maybe helping your kids buy their first house. Maybe paying for their wedding. Think of all the things that you wish you would have had. Does that make sense? And you can be that for your kids. That's a big why. Are y'all with me? So all these little whys are good, but just go deeper. Like, why is my heart telling me that's what I want to do? Are you with me on that? And then you'll get down to the root of it, and then that's something you can work your whole life towards achieving. That's a big why. That's the kind of stuff that gets you out of bed and working. Like, you don't want to get out of bed. You're like, this is the worst day of my life. I hate everything. I hate everyone. I don't want to do this anymore. And then you start thinking about your kids, and you start thinking, is that the life that I want to help them with? You with me on that? So what do? Get out of bed. You go to work. Are y'all with me on this? Am I helping anybody? Okay. Do you see why this matters, though? Yeah. I remember the day I wanted to quit. It was funny. I was sitting on my couch, feeling sorry for myself. And I was like, man, if I quit now, nobody's ever going to want to hear me talk about how to sell real estate. Or how to, like, nobody wants to hear from the guy that quit real estate on how to be successful in real estate. And so for that, that was one of the things. I had a lot of things that were part of my big why that were motivating me. But I remember, like, I had this even in my head back then, 15 years ago, when I was ready to throw in the towel because I was broke, right? And I wasn't broke because I was a bad realtor. I was broke because I had cash flow problems. I mismanaged my money, and I had life show up. And life is going to show up. You guys with me? Okay, cool. So, how many of you have read this book? Okay, very good. How many have read the book we were talking about earlier, Cash Flow Quadrant? Okay, it's always like a lot less, right? Cash Flow Quadrant's like the unofficial sequel of Rich Dad, Poor Dad. I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad when I was, I think I was like 18 years old, and my brain just exploded. You know, my dad never really, it's funny, even though he did a lot of business stuff, he didn't like sit down and teach me. Also, I didn't even know how a mortgage worked when I graduated high school. And so I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad in one sitting. I sat down, I opened the book, and I closed it when I was done because it just grabbed me, right? By the way, if you haven't read it in a while, reread it. Like, it'd be a good refresher. But I'm going to give you the Cliff Notes version. So here's what Kiyosaki said. He said, buy assets which put money in your pocket every month, okay? And he said, liabilities take money out of your pocket every month. So you got to buy assets to pay for your liabilities. Now, I'm going to show you something a little bit different. This is not in the book, but I kind of thought about this because Kiyosaki would say, okay, so he goes back, he would say, okay, assets are putting money in your pocket every month. So your personal house, in this conversation, he's not counting as an asset, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to pay for that every month. Does that make sense? And if you don't pay for your house and you don't pay your taxes, what's going to happen to your house? They're going to take it away from you, okay? And so, however, I've made probably more money in houses I've lived in over time than even some of my greatest investment properties. And so I don't want to say that it's not an asset. And I'm not one of the guys that's going to say you should rent your house and you shouldn't own a house. I think there's a lot of wealth that can be built over time owning your own house. So I kind of split it up this way to say, okay, we have cash flowing assets and you have non-cash flowing assets. Like land would be a non-cash flowing asset, right? If you hadn't figured out a way to cash flow it. But is it still an asset on your balance sheet, on your financial statement? Yes, right? And then there's investment liabilities, and then there's personal liabilities, right? He would say investment liabilities, debt would be good debt, and then the personal liabilities would be bad debt, right? Credit cards, personal mortgage, car notes, all of these types of things. But imagine, like, before you bought the thing you want to buy, the liability, the personal liability, what if your brain could start to think about, how do I pay for this through real estate or investments or some type of asset that I could own? And it's really funny to me how debt works. And I really don't like debt, but I use debt often for real estate. It's funny though, I struggle with this because I think of, like, okay, if I wanted to buy a car, my brain goes to, like, well, what do I need to buy from an investment standpoint that would go pay for my car, right? But people, if your car breaks down and you need a $50,000 loan to buy a new one, it seems like to be a very quick, easy decision for most people. Why? Because they need a car. They have made it up in their minds that they need a car, okay? So they go out, sign the paperwork, $50,000 loan, drive this thing off the parking lot. It's a depreciating asset, and it's taking money out of my pocket every single month. And we feel good about that. But if I said, hey, I got this investment here, and I know you don't have any money, but it's so good that if you go borrow $50,000, let's say this, I'd say I could double your money on this deal in 12 months, guaranteed, backed by real estate. You got to go get $50,000. And you'd be like, oh, I don't know, man. Like, that's pretty risky. I got to go borrow money. I don't know. But here's the problem. In our minds, we have not convinced ourselves that we need assets. I want you to need an asset as much as you think you need a car or the boat or the vacation house. Are you guys with me on that? And so we haven't convinced ourselves. I had to go buy a new truck about 2 years ago. It bothered the mess out of me. I was so mad. I just bought my wife a new car. Then my truck I wear cars out because I don't care what y'all think about what I drive. This is a freeing mindset, by the way. Are y'all with me? I'm about to drop some truth bombs on y'all. I don't care. We can all go out the parking lot later and take a picture with my F-250 used truck later if you want to. Yeah, but it's not going to be as cool on Instagram. But I don't care about Instagram, right? I struggled to buy this car. I'm like, I don't want to buy it. I don't want to borrow any money. I was flipping a house at the time. I never spend money with like investment money on fun stuff. But the timing kind of worked out. At the same time, though, I was right before that, I was working on buying an office building. And the office building, I had to borrow almost $2 million to do it. It's a great deal. It paid for itself the day I bought it. Cash flow was there, all these things. I talked to my wife about it. And I didn't lose one wink of sleep over that. I'm like, this works. I like it. The boom, boom, it's worth this. It cash flows, makes money, And that took me about 5 minutes to make a decision. I struggled for about 3 months on what am I going to do about this truck? Because I do not, right? I don't want to borrow the money. I don't want to go spend my cash on something that's going to, right? But I do need a car, right? So I didn't go buy a brand new truck. I'm not saying, and there's nothing wrong with buying a new truck. I just, where I'm at, I'm like, that doesn't make sense for me. I'd rather go, get point A to point B, and I'd rather go buy this office building, go buy this flip house, or go buy this rental property, because that's going to put money in my pocket, right? And it was cool because the flip house that I was doing helped me pay cash for the truck that I have. And so essentially real estate's what paid for it anyway. Are y'all with me on that? But the mindset of that just messed me up. I'm like, I don't want to do it. Because when is another class for another day, but whenever I'm going to buy something, sell something, I go to my financial statement, I put in the numbers, and I'm like, what's going to happen to the net worth? What's going to happen to my cash flow the moment I make this purchase or the moment I sell this? Then you make purchases like that, and immediately you just watch it go down. And my goal is to make it go up. Are y'all with me on that? But can you imagine getting to the point where you could say, yeah, I'll go borrow $1 million and not even lose sleep over it, but you lose sleep over buying a car? That's where I want you to get. Are y'all with me on that? That's where I want you to get. But we've been trained that it's no, you need a car. This is normal. Go buy a debt. And I'm saying no, you need an asset. You should go invest in real estate or something equivalent. And it's okay to get a loan on that. And that's normal. It should be normal. Are y'all with me? Okay. Am I helping anybody? Yeah. Cool. And the sooner that you can quit caring what people think, the better. I'm going to show you some financial scenarios in just a minute from Rich Dad, Poor Dad. But I want you to think about this. Financial wealth is measured in time. How long could you live and keep paying the bills without going to work, without working in your day job, right? As an employee or self-employed, or even in your business, right? How long could you go? So if you're think about this. If let's just pretend your expenses were $5,000 a month, but you had $5,000 a month in income passively coming in, right, through investments. By the way, nothing's completely passive, but there's always work and things you got to do and manage. But just go with me for a second, right? So I got $5,000 a month coming in. I got $5,000 a month going out. I didn't even have to get out of bed to do that, right? It means I don't have to go to work infinitely. That person is wealthier than the person who makes $1 million a year, earned income, spends $1 million a year, drives a nice car, lives in the nice house, but has no money to show for it. And if they don't go to work tomorrow, they can't pay for it. Y'all with me? That's not wealth. Wealth is creating a river, a current of cash flow coming into your life to fund the lifestyle. So the guy that's making $5,000 a month in passive income and has $5,000 a month in expenses or less, that person is wealthier than someone who does not. Are y'all with me? And so measured in time, how much time? So if you've got $2,000 a month coming in and you've got $4,000 a month in expenses, you're like 2 weeks wealthy. But check it out. This is what's exciting about this stuff. If you can go from 2,000 to 4,000, you just went from 2 weeks wealthy to wealthy. You actually went financially free. Isn't that cool? So this is the game, right? Robert Kiyosaki is talking about. Now, from a finance standpoint, let's look at this. So scenario one, he would actually call like this is a financially poor person's balance sheet. They've got income from their job, right? So they have the salary, they have expenses. They don't own anything. I was thinking about this on the way here this morning. I was like, that person's actually probably wealthier than the middle class because at least they don't have any debt and their net worth is zero, right? Which is better than a negative net worth. But you can see here, is there a laser on this thing? Oh, nope, there's not. Don't push those. Okay. So we've got income, then they've got expenses, right? They have taxes, they've got rent, food, transportation, all of the things. They're leasing their car, renting their house. Nothing on the balance sheet. There are no assets and there are no liabilities, okay? The second scenario is actually like how he would describe middle class, okay? They don't own any cash flowing assets, but they do have a car and they do own a house and they do have all those things, but those all sit on the balance sheet in the liability column, right? Mortgage, car loans, credit card debt, and all that stuff. So that, again, those things all come with bills. So now we have mortgage payments, car payments, credit card payments. So money's coming in. It's coming in to pay for the liabilities, money's out the door, and typically there's none left or we're accruing a balance on a credit card, okay? A wealthy person's income statement and balance sheet would look like this. They own assets, so they've got stuff over here in the asset column, real estate, stocks, bonds, right? Notes, maybe they've owner financed some stuff, they've got some intellectual property, their licensing, royalties are coming in, whatever it is, right? The assets are then paying for, right? Bringing in the money to pay for the expenses and the other liabilities, right? So even though there are liabilities in their world, they have assets that are paying for it. Are you guys with me? So the mindset is, how do I get assets? How do I find investments and things to pay for my lifestyle? The question should always be, how are we going to pay for this, right? So when I wanted to buy, I had to buy my wife a new car, and I did borrow money on that. Fine. That's cool. I live like in a weird, I'm not Kiyosaki level and like in debt, but I'm also not like Dave Ramsey. I'm kind of like in between, but I also work to pay stuff off. You guys with me on that? We'll talk about that in a minute. But how are we going to pay for this? So when I bought her car, I had a duplex. It was making more than the car payment on her car. And I thought, well, cool. We'll just use that cash flow for the time being to pay for the car. It's a done deal. Right? And I didn't have to go work harder. I didn't have to go work longer. I didn't have to, right? The asset, I just took that cash and that's paying for the car. Cool. And then when the car's paid off, guess what I still own? The asset. Guess what I'm still making? The income. You with me? Car's paid off. Eventually that asset's paid off, right? And then I can go and just do it again if I want to. Y'all with me on that? And so that's the mindset. That's where we want to get today. That's the focus on that piece of it. And don't worry about what other people think. I'm just going to keep saying that over and over and over again. You know, how cool you look on social media does not pay your bills unless you look like you're supermodel, really cool, and you have like 1,000,000 influence. Maybe, right? Maybe. But none of us are doing that. I don't think so. I'm not. This doesn't really bring 1 million followers to me. But the assets and stuff that we're focusing on I can control that. Are y'all with me? Okay, cool. It's a freeing mindset, right? It's a freeing mindset. I've had cool cars, by the way, but I only had them because I liked them. I didn't have, nobody even knew I had them. I just had them because they were fun to drive. We hit this earlier. Only thing I'm going to say on this, I was going to take it out because I knew we were talking about this before, but In these quadrants, by the way, I don't want to say there's any good or bad. Just understand where your money's coming from. At one point, I was actually in all 4 quadrants at one time. I was an employee running a real estate office. I was self-employed flipping houses. I had a real estate team that was running without me for about 5 or 6 years, barely, but it was running without me. I wasn't listing, I wasn't doing buyers, and I had money in investments. So no good or bad. I was in all of these, but obviously the goal is to get from the have a job, own a job side to business owner and investor side of the quadrant, right? This is the investor quadrant here. This is where I start to have that financial freedom and all of those things. So just understand, but I would really encourage you guys to read Cash Flow Quadrant, understand where your money's coming from, and have a goal. But there are people that make $1 million a year with their employee job. You know, they're CEOs running big companies, all those things. I make $1 million a year is not a bad gig. But what does everybody need? What should they be doing with the $1 million a year? Getting it on the other side of the quadrant, right? Buying businesses or getting into investments. That's why you see all these like NFL players and they retire and then they're broke because they made a lot of money, but they didn't manage it well. They didn't invest it well. They didn't steward it well. Does that make sense? Okay. So identify like, right, what quadrants are you in? And then what's your next step, right? Where do you want to get to? And it's not as hard as you think, right? It's not as hard as you think. Okay, so that's just a little recap on that. So let's get into the nitty gritty on the investment stuff. You're like, finally, he's going to talk about real estate investing. So there's 3 types, right? Main types, right? Residential, commercial, multifamily. You could call multifamily commercial, but I'm just separating them for time being. Today, though, main focus is residential. We're just going to talk. I think it's an easy thing to get into. And it's funny, I started out in residential, all my rentals, everything was residential. Now I'm like 95% commercial real estate with a little bit of residential. I don't know how, it just kind of happened. One thing I've learned about investing, life and business is sometimes you just do the next right thing, right? So for me, like we needed an office building, so I didn't want to rent. So I was like, well, let's go find you know how people they call like house hacking, you know, buy a duplex, live in half of it, let the other half pay the mortgage. And I do that with offices. It's a lot of fun, right? So I haven't paid office rent in 7 years now. So we buy offices, let the other parts of the office pay for it, and then I have a nice office for free. And then I'll sell or move out of that one and then do that. So it just kind of worked out, just kind of next right thing. Anyway, that's another class for another day. But 2 main strategies. So when we're talking real estate investing, we've got short term and we've got long term. Okay, and I'm talking in terms of how long you're owning that. Okay, how long you're owning the investment. So short term, we'll just define this real quick, would be like flipping houses. Okay, so here's the pros to that: builds capital and it grows your cash. That's a good thing. There's a purpose in flipping houses. Although I regret every house I ever flipped that I didn't just keep it, okay? And anybody who owns rentals anybody would tell you that. But you have to start where you're at, and there's certain times like it makes sense. I still flip property if that property does not fit really in my buy box of what I want to keep long-term as a rental. Here's the cons to flipping. It is a job. Unless you have like a whole team of people finding property, rehabbing property, selling property for you, it's not a business, it's just a self-employed thing. You got to wake up, and in my world, if I wasn't going and doing it, then houses weren't being flipped, right? So it is a job. It doesn't build long-term wealth. Depending on what you do with the money, there's no consistent cash flow, and there are taxes, right? You're paying at your normal tax rate if you're doing short-term capital gains. If it's a longer flip or longer hold, maybe you have long-term capital gains, which is great. But there's a lot of, for me, there's a lot of downside. And I'm going to walk you through 2 deals, a short-term deal and a long-term deal based on a house I actually flipped, see the real numbers. Now they're from 2019, and I did that on purpose because you're going to be like, Dennis, we can't buy houses for that anymore. Well, that's not the point. The point is, what if you did, and if you bought something now, you got something to look forward to in 5 or 6 years, okay? So those are the pros. Those are the cons. Long-term, right, would be like rentals, owner finance, real estate investment funds. There's ways you can go invest money in real estate as an asset class. It's lower returns, it's lower risk, but you could still have your money backed by real estate. Here's the pros and cons on buy and hold. Okay, pros are, there's a lot. Builds long-term wealth, creates passive income. It's a better return on investment, and there's a ton of tax advantages. A ton of tax advantages. I paid more taxes my rookie year of real estate than I have, check this out, the last 6 years combined. In fact, I haven't legally paid income taxes in the last 6 years. Why? Because of the tax advantages from buying and holding real estate. Cool part, raise your hand if you're a full-time real estate professional in this room. Oh, my people. Okay, so it's another class for another day, but you can Google this, look up cost segregation and bonus depreciation. Reason I started getting into office buildings, like the last office building, check it out. This is my conversation with my wife. I need to buy this office, okay? Not the car. I didn't want the car. I wanted the office building for the tax advantage. The IRS, by the way, am I a CPA? Say no. No, I'm not. So, but I'm going to give you tax advice anyway. But it's off the record. We're having a friend conversation, okay? If you're a full-time real estate professional, anyone can do cost segregation and bonus depreciation. I can buy a building, and instead of taking the depreciation out over 29 years or whatever it is, the IRS will allow me to take what they call bonus depreciation. I can take all the depreciation on that building in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10. I can accelerate the amount of depreciation that I take. And if you're not full-time real estate, you can only take that loss against the income in that entity or that deal. But if you're a full-time real estate professional, you're allowed to take that the way my LLCs are set up, and I can use that depreciation to offset other income like I make from the brokerage. Are you guys with me on that? So if I go buy a building for $1 million and I can depreciate it, let's say you can't depreciate the land and you can't depreciate the labor, you can depreciate everything else. If I could depreciate, let's say $700,000 of that, I can go take it in 1 year. And so on my tax return, I have a $700,000 loss. That means I can go make $700,000 over here tax-free until I run out of depreciation. You guys with me on that? That's another class for another day. But remember, we're intro, but I wanted to that's the advantage of buy and hold. Problem is if I sell that building, right, and then they're going to recapture all of that, and I got to pay capital gains on the amount that I depreciated, okay? So what do? You 1031. Or you don't sell, right? So the IRS will let you sell it, roll it all into another property, kick the tax burden down the road. I can just keep doing that till I die, and then my kids can inherit all of this stuff, and the cost basis goes up to where it was when I died, and they don't have to pay taxes either. Isn't that cool? You know who wrote all these laws? Rich politicians who owned a lot of real estate. So that's why it would behoove you to go study, right? Like anybody can do this, right? But yeah, they were sitting around the table like, how do you think we can get out of paying all these taxes? I got all these buildings over here. Oh, let's do a bonus depreciation. I love that. It's no different. You guys know this, like when you buy a car, if it's over a certain weight and all the things, the IRS, for a time, they've kind of ratcheted it down, but they would let you write off the cost of that car. You guys have heard that, right? The same concept, but we're doing it with real estate. Y'all with me? All right, here's the cons. Takes time to grow, ongoing management, and it can require more money to start, okay? That's the only downside. But if you can figure that part out, which you're going to learn a lot of stuff today on that, then you can start taking advantage of the buy and hold stuff. So let's look at this short term real quick. Oh, bonus slide. This is the market in Netris since 2003. How's real estate looking as an investment? Pretty good. Okay. If I had bought real estate too, at the peak, right before the crash in 2007, and didn't sell it, how am I doing? Really great. The only time that looks bad is if I had panicked and I sold it in 2010. So the key is to try to hang on to this stuff as long as possible. So people are like, is it a good time to buy real estate? If it's a good deal, it is always a good time to buy real estate. Are y'all with me on that? Always a good time, right? The key is just like, don't sell it. How many of you, I wish I could go back to 2010 and just buy every listing I had back then, right? We didn't know, right? But historically, real estate is appreciating and appreciating and appreciating. Are y'all with me? So, so like I said, if I'd bought it here and just hung on to it, we would look like geniuses right now, right? Okay, so let's look at this deal real quick. So this little house I bought in Arlington, I bought it for $135,000 from a wholesaler guy. So wholesalers do have good deals sometimes. It's a needle in a haystack, but they're out there, right? So it was a buddy of mine. He was wholesaling his property. My closing cost to buy it, we're going to go through some numbers. Don't fall asleep. $27,28. It was $31,070 to be exact to remodel it and rehab it. I had about $1,000 in closing costs. So my total investment, $170,000. You guys with me? Okay. When I flipped it, this is what it looked like. I sold it for $215,000. Okay. I had closing cost again. By the way, I teach another class on how to analyze these properties. People always forget about carrying cost and closing costs when they're calculating flips, right? They're like, oh, 100,000 spread, 50,000 rehab, 50,000 profit. And it's like, no, it's like 20,000 profit because of all the other stuff. I had prorated property taxes, $28.43, and my total net proceeds was $202,978. Take out the $170, left me $32,978 in profit. Now this is a pretty quick flip. I think it was about a 3-month, maybe 4-month flip. So $32,000, $33,000, that's a good return. Well, let me show you what we put into it. So I'm going to show you 2 different returns. If I'd bought it all cash, which I didn't, I borrowed money, so I'll show you that. My net profit, all cash, would have been $32,978. It would have been a cash-on-cash return of 19.4%. Now, 19.4% in 4 months is really good, because if I could do that 2 more times, so in a year, I'd be making about a 60% return on my cash. Not a lot of investments you can go out and just make a 60% return on your cash in a year. Y'all with me on that? I financed it though. So let's take my gross profit that it would have been cash. We're going to subtract out my additional carrying cost, my additional closing cost. So that brought my profit down to $22,364. This is the beauty of it though. I only had to risk and put in $26,842 of my own money to do this deal. So if I came to you and I said, hey, give me $27,000 and in 4 months, I'll give you the $27,000 back and I'm going to give you $22,000 profit on top of that. How many of you would sign up for that deal? Yeah, I would hope everybody would, right? And so that's an 83% cash on cash return in 4 months. That's awesome. All right, but wait till we see the buy and hold numbers, okay? All right, so let's look at this long term. Long term. So we buy it for $135,000, closing cost $27,28. It's all the same thing, okay? But this time I kept it. When I ran the numbers the first time, I was like, oh, why? All right, so the house today is worth about $300,000. So I would have about $130,000 in equity on that property. It'd be renting for about $2,000 a month. And this shows here what the payments are, $1,534, or if I put 20% down, $1,312. Okay. So if I financed it, right, 20% down, my yearly, check it out, yearly cash on cash returns 23.5%. I'm only making about $8,200 a month in net profit, but remember, I only have about $22,000 in the deal. You guys see that? Cash on cash return over 30 years, assuming rent doesn't go up and the property doesn't appreciate, okay, would be 707%. Plus in 30 years, the house is paid off. You guys with me on that? And by the way, I'm still making the cash flow. So would I have been better off to keep that thing? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, look, if I had been able to pay it off or I bought it cash, the percentages go down, but look at the monthly net profit, $17,000 a year now. Return on investments 10% a year, but in 30 years, that's $500,000 in lifetime income on one property. What I love about this with the real estate investing side is I only have to do this work one time. I only have to buy that deal one time. Every time I get tempted to sell a real estate investment or a rental, I'm like, dang, I'm going to have to go do all of that again to replace it. Y'all with me on that? All right, so what's better, flipping or buy and hold? Buy and hold, right? So why do I flip? Well, I flip really to just create more cash to go buy and holds, right? The truck was the coolest thing I ever bought, like I said, with the investment money. So, all right, so a couple last points and then we're gonna quit. So financing, like Dennis, I don't have any money. That's okay, right? Now, I'm not gonna say, go take your life savings and go put everything into a real estate deal, unless you just know like you can swing it and you don't like to sleep. I like to sleep. So percentage of down payments required. If it's personal capital, obviously all of it. Traditional mortgage, bank investments, 20-25%. Hard money can be 0%. A lot of them are 10% down, especially if you're newer. Y'all know this. Private money, what's private money? Rich uncle money, right? You got someone who's got a lot of money, say, hey, rich uncle, I'll do the deal, pay you a percentage, whatever it is, and then you could do deals with no money. And I've done a lot of deals like that. Now, last thing I'm going to say with that, this is, I love y'all, so I'm giving you this advice, okay? Also, if you have a spouse, you need to get on board. This slide right here is going to help you, okay? So here's what I would say first. Before you do anything, build personal cash reserves. Why? Because being broke sucks, running out of money, risking your life savings, all of that stuff keeps you up at night. So I don't know, your number and my number could be totally different. 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, somewhere in between. Figure out how much your monthly expenses are every single month. Multiply it by 3, 6, or 12. That's your reserves number, and fill that bucket first. Dennis, should I pay off debt first? No. Because if you use all your cash to pay off debt and then you get jammed up, guess what you're going to go back into? Debt, right? So fill up the reserves bucket first. Then, once you do that, here's the cool part. It's one and done. You do it one time. Make it your life's mission to do this just one time. Get the reserves thing filled up. Then all the excess that's coming in, you don't need that anymore. I don't keep a lot of cash. I have cash for reserves and emergencies, and everything else over that, it's losing money if it's sitting in the bank. So I'm putting it into investment. So then investment in debt, everything else. So once this bucket gets up to a number where you say, okay, now I got this excess in reserves, I'm going to go invest it over here. You can do that and sleep at night and have peace because you've got reserves. Are y'all with me on that? Is this helping anybody? Okay. That was a lot of learning lessons on that. How you do this with no money down, you can, but I still want you to have some cash in the bank personally. So there's the BRRRR method. Some of y'all heard this, right? And this is how I buy most of my rentals. I buy it. I'm going to just flip to the numbers real quick so you can see it. So I buy a property for $200,000, cash or hard money, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put money into it to rehab it, and I'm going to get it rented out. Next thing I'm going to do is get an appraisal done and get what they call a DSCR loan. Okay, and here's the cool part. DSCR loans don't qualify you based on your income. They qualify you based on the property and the property's income. So as long as the property is cash flowing, you can get these types of loans. And so in this case, typically it's up to 75%. So $250,000, I could refi it for $243,000, which means I'm only leaving $7,000 of cash invested in the deal, and then we're good. And then I repeat and go on and do it again. Are y'all with me? Sometimes they'll give you, if it appraises for even more, they'll give you cash back at closing. I don't do that because I don't want to take one step back on getting it paid off, right? I'd rather, my goal is get this stuff paid off as fast as possible, but I'm using debt to acquire as I go. Y'all good with that? Okay, so it is possible, but I would still preface, do that with reserves in the bank. So, all right, so last things, finding deals. You guys, how many of you are real estate agents in here, right? How many of you ever look like that at a restaurant when you overheard someone talking about real estate? Did I hope those cheese sticks are good, but I heard, did you say you needed to sell a house, right? Okay, so when people talk about real estate, okay, but also from an investor, you might not be a real estate agent. You may not always be a real estate agent. You might be in something else. So if someone asks you what you do, right? Tell them you're a real estate investor first. I teach this to people that have nothing to do with real estate as a career all the time. And I'm like, look, if you're an accountant or an engineer, they probably don't care, right? You're saying, but if you say, I'm a real estate investor and I do this, they might be like, well, my brother has a house. He needs to sell quick. Would you be interested? That's where leads and referrals start coming from. Just talk about it. You guys with me? It's the fastest way to go find deals. Now, and then this is for the realtors in the room. Before you list a house, ask yourself if you should be buying it instead. I've been on a lot of listing appointments, and I'm in the midst of the appointment, and I'm thinking, I need to buy this, right? We have access to all these deals, right? One time, and I put it in my pre-listing packet and all that stuff. It says, one, fast cash offer, and that's me. And if it's not me, I've got investors, that would do that, or we'll list your house traditionally. That's in everything. That's in everything. So they see that. So I went on a listing appointment one time. I didn't know the guy wanted me to buy a house, and he kept saying, well, if we make a deal here, and then I started thinking like, he thinks I'm trying to buy his house. And so I did. I bought it. And it was like one of the greatest flips I've ever done ever. It was awesome. And made him an offer. And then what's cool about an agent, I went and helped him buy his next house. So I bought his house. I flipped that, went and helped him buy another house. And I talk to him all the time, and he's in my database, and he's a client. Isn't that cool? All right, it's at our fingertips, right? Okay. And like I said, if you could go back in time, you all would buy every listing you ever put on the market, ever, right? So these are other things. Agents, we know some of them. Wholesalers, pre-foreclosure list, for sale by owners, right? We could teach 10 hours on every single one of these categories, but what am I doing today? Priming the pump, just priming the pump, right? So these are some ways to go find deals. Here's another thing that's worked for us. Most of my real estate investment deals now get referred to me from other realtors. And I'm always like, are you sure you don't want to buy this? That's too nice. And I'm like, you should buy this. No, I don't want to do it. I can't get my husband to agree to let me do it. And I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. But if you become the expert or authority on the subject, how do you do that? One thing we start doing is we do teach classes. And I asked Brittany if it was okay. I teach these classes for free. I do a class once a month, and we don't charge anything. I don't upsell anything. I'm probably a terrible business person. I just do them for free. And then when I'm done, I'm like, love you guys. See you next month. And that's it. That's all the class is. But we start filling our training room every month with people in our database, agents, other investors, people, and we teach all of this stuff. And so when they have investment questions, who do they call? Me. Okay, let's say you're not a teacher and you don't have investments yet. Could you go find some investors, put them on a panel, interview them, and invite all your clients and still be an authority on the subject? Yes, right? It's an easy thing. But when you make yourself a market expert, you put yourself in a position like that, your phone starts ringing. I just did a deal. I bought it 2 days before Christmas, and it was from an agent I used to work with, and Christy and I used to work with. And she's like, hey, I got this deal, and I put it under contract and done. It was great, right? So the people start calling you. It's referrals. And that's the same thing in your real estate business. So anyway, that was bonus. All right, and then the last thing is just start building your team, okay? No one succeeds alone, especially in investing. I promise you, I have painted my fair share of houses when I didn't have any money, but I don't paint houses anymore. So, and you don't really want to either, because then your dollar per hour goes way down. But if you don't have a name and a phone number for every single person on this slide, you need to start doing that now, right? Because if you find an investment property, you don't want to spend the first 30 days interviewing contractors. You need to already have contractors. And you're in a room full of people that know great people for every single one of these categories. So start building that today. Are y'all with me on that? Okay. And for me, I don't have a general contractor. I am the general contractor and I have all the subs, and I'm hiring the people that the general contractors hire. And a lot of your money is saved in that. I teach a whole class called Rehabbing 101. And that class is just we close on a property. What's the next step, right? We talk design, we talk remodeling, we talk all of the things, but half your money, you kind of become a contractor for a little while. Okay. But it's good money. So last thing is your professional advisor team. Okay. So lenders, insurance agent, title company, real estate agents, CPAs who know real estate, that's important. CPAs who know real estate and know the business, that will save you money. I never understood. I read Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and he's like, oh, you need this, like all these people around you. And I'm like, those people are not going to want to talk to me. But the better your accountants are, like my tax accountant or my CPA is also a tax attorney. That's how we learn all this stuff. And I pay them money. Every time I talk to them, I have to pay attorney fees. And every time I get mad, but then I'm like, but I don't pay taxes. So this is worth it, right? Good people will cost you money, right? My CPA won't even answer a question without charging me. And I'm like, I'm just asking a question about my tax returns here. And I get charged. And I can't call them on their cell phone. And it bugs me so much. But I'm like, would I rather have a CPA that answers a cell phone or one that helps me not pay any income taxes? Y'all with me on that? I'm trying to find both, but I haven't yet, so I'm working on that. Property managers and financial advisors. I call those people, though, every time I want to buy, every time I want to sell, and say, hey, if I do this, what happens to me? And they give me advice. And sometimes I'm like, ooh, I probably shouldn't do that, right? All right. Next steps, closing out. And I did it on time. 55 minutes. That was my goal. All right, so here's your next steps. I love this quote. It says, it's better to be prepared for an opportunity and not have one than to have an opportunity and not be prepared. How many times has an opportunity came across your table and you're just like, I'm not ready, and you missed it, right? I was going on a camping trip with my boys. Biggest flip, second best profit flip. It was a 6-figure profit flip. Best one I'd ever done at that time. Going camping with my boys. A friend of mine who's a wholesaler calls me. He said, hey, I got an investment deal. I said, great. He goes, it's really clean. Numbers look good. I said, great. He goes, I need to contract it today, and we have to close it on Monday. I'm like, whoo. And it was over by the Cowboy Stadium. I said, don't do this for your first one. But I was like, send me pictures. I pulled over. I'm on my way to go camping for the weekend. I'm not seeing this house. I ran the numbers. Looks good. He told me the majors, all the stuff. I was like, done deal. Send me the contract. We'll do it. I got back in town, closed it Monday morning because it was being foreclosed on Tuesday. So I had to close on Monday. So I was like, call this title person, get this done. Boom, 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 boom. Called my lender. Hey, can I do the deal? She said, yeah, I'll fund it. Done. Closed on it on Monday. And then I went and saw the house. That's how ready you need to be, right? So closing, here's the next steps. 1, get pre-approved, find money. Best time to find money is when you don't need it. Just have it. It's there, right? Get a written plan with goals. I know I did that out of order, but start. Maybe your goal today, you walk away and just say, I'm just going to save 3 months in reserves. That's it. That's my investment goal. That's all I'm going to focus on. And that would be awesome. Y'all with me on that? That'll help your other businesses too. Start searching for deals and keep learning. If you guys want to come to any of the other stuff, I didn't say that earlier. These are some of the other classes that we teach. It's DennisTuttleTeamEvents.com. Do I do them virtually? No. Should I? Yes. Will I someday? Probably. But these are in-person classes. I like getting face-to-face. It's a lot of fun. So you guys are welcome to come to this. Just friends in the business, guys. I don't have any outcome from that, but just come and learn and go take what I'm doing. I'm cool with this too. Take what you just saw, model all of it out, and we give you books with the outlines and all things, and then go teach it to your people, right? Go teach it to your people. So that is all I have, Brittany. Thank you guys for letting me come. Thank you.
So good.
Do y'all see why I begged him to come teach?
So good.
Phenomenal
Thank you.
speaker, and hence why you have led so many people in industry. So I really, truly appreciate from you. I love it when we can reach up and ask our friends, and we genuinely and truthfully mean that. We're sure that they're going to help out. So, all right,
There was
what do we
value
have
there.
next?
There was value there, right?
Did you guys learn something or what? I learned something.
But I know. I'm going to go back and study those slides a little bit. That was good stuff right there. But we could not bring value like that, as well as the amazing other speakers we have coming up for you, without some amazing sponsors. It cannot happen. So we want to give them an opportunity to come up and introduce themselves. You guys, these are our partners. We don't just let anybody sponsor these events. They're amazing. So in the interest of time, we're just going to kind of get right to it here. Come on up. We first Capital Title with Marty and Lindsay and Sean here from Capital.
Hey, good morning. So I'm going to spend the first time of my 2 minutes. I want to shout out to Paul and glorify God. When he was speaking, it reminded me of a verse, Mark 2, verse 16 and 17, and I'll paraphrase. It says, when he was having dinner with the sinners and the tax collectors, they said, why is he having dinner with the sinners and the tax collectors? Jesus, overhearing this, said, the sick do not need, the well do not need a doctor, only the sick. I came to call the sinners, not the righteous. Sorry, I got to look back. So I want to leave you with that thought today, because it tells us in the Word, the first thing you do in all things is glorify God. So shout out to you for doing that, man. Hope that gives you something to think about today. So, Sean Stevens, we've got Leslie Geiger here with our Farmland office, and Marty Wilson, Fort Worth. I'm at our corporate. We do a lot of things that other title companies do, but I think we do them as good or better than anybody. We're the largest independent title company in the nation. We own our own underwriter. We're not owned by the underwriter. That's a unique situation. If you're not familiar with that, we'd be glad to share it with you. We offer Break the Broker. We offer CapMap, a variety of different tools. But one thing, we were talking about this before it started. Last month or month before when I was here, they were talking about farming and grassroots marketing. I'm not nervous, I'm just trying to talk really fast. We're talking about grassroots marketing and farming, and we are one of the only companies in the Metroplex that has a program called Fluid Pro. It is a very deep dive into farming neighborhoods and areas and so on and so forth. And we'd love to spend some time with you and help you build your farming area, your database. So reach out to one of these wonderful ladies or anybody in an office that we're partnering with you guys for the year. I am very proficient in Fluid Pro myself, and it would be an honor to sit down with you and teach you how to build a neighborhood and how to build a farm. We can even show you how to build them. I was talking about sending out postcards. We've got a platform that can send out postcards to your database or to your farming area for 68 cents, including postage and printing. So it's a pretty cool deal. We would love to work with you and be part of it. Somebody said out there, y'all have the best giveaways. We also have the best service, so give us a shot.
We love Capital. Thank you so much. All right, next up we have Homeowners Financial Group. Braden Ward and Kristen Boyd are here. Hi, Braden. Thank you.
Good morning. That's going to be a hard one to follow. But I'm Braden Warren. This is my colleague, Kristen Boyd. We're here representing Homeowners Financial Group. And I do want to say thank you all for the opportunity. And our biggest goal is to get your clients in their dream home, right? It's your job to help them find that home, and it's our job to get them in. So we have a few mini programs like doctor loans. We do a lot of stuff with builders. I could talk all day about our programs. But our biggest thing is a connection with you. We want to walk you through the process, clear communication every step of the way, and we also look at this as a partnership. If we work together, we want to help you grow your business as well. Because you're helping us grow ours, we want to help you grow your business too. So we have marketing teams, even if that's just a sit-down meeting of, how can we work together to grow our business together? And we're here for that. We look at this as a true partnership, and I just want to thank all of y'all. And if you have any questions, please come ask one of us.
Awesome. Thank you guys.
Thanks so much. All right, we got our good buddy here, Andrew Parks from America's Preferred Home Warranty. The guy with the accent, y'all love him.
Thanks, Nicole. I know you guys are thinking, God, it's a bloody grip to be on home warranties again, like I did last time. But one of the things with agents I find is if there's 6 interactions with agents and they actually get what you do. We've been in EXP now for 8 years. That tells them about what we do, what we bring to the table. So, agent benefits, you may not know about. We cover email deductibles. If you guys have ever been sued, I've been sued by your clients. We cover your email deductible up to $5,000. We reduce risk for agents. We also reduce risk for your clients. So on the listing side, this is the one the agents have the toughest problem understanding. We have a complimentary listing warranty. Yes, it's free. Your clients pay $0. You get $1,000 of free coverage, 2 years post-end legal protection, and the warranty lasts the entirety of the listing, never expires. So your clients could make $1,000 of free repairs, take the home off the market, nothing's owed. So use this as your listing appointment to stand out from other agents, but to reduce risk for your clients in the current marketplace. 12 weeks average on market at the moment, something may break, we'll be able to take care of it. We'll be able to take care of things in the home inspection report too. And the key thing about this, if you have a listing's gone stagnant, a listing warranty. Cost your client nothing at all. You boost it on MLS and boost in the local area of the yard sign. So have a chat on the outside about that. SkySlope, we are an easy one-click order through SkySlope. And by doing that, we also pay you guys by EXP Corporate. It's a 3-week cycle. You order with us, we pay EXP Corporate, they pay you. So all you need to do is a simple data collection form and link your client to a DH or Vespa. Is one that we use across the country. Structural, if any of you do with builders, we do a 1, 3, 10 structural and new construction warranty. We can save your clients money, reduce their liability, but give the house an extra reason to be bought, has an extra year of coverage with it. Lastly, if you bilingual agents in the room, you have an Espanol program, that means all our materials translated into Spanish, and their claims processed in Spanish too. And the beauty of what we do, your clients can choose them on contractor. So if you have a Spanish-speaking home buyer, they may want to use a Spanish-speaking contractor. So it's going to be used to put your client in charge of the entire process. Very lastly, I'm based in Dallas. I deal with Nicole, Brittany, Karen, the whole team on a regular basis. If you're using us, please don't leave money on the table. They're to be paid to you guys. and it benefits us at the same time. So kind of a chat on the outside. Appreciate you guys, and thank you very much indeed.
Awesome,
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, my favorite sponsor of the day who fed us breakfast is Eli Howard. He knows who we are, Howard. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
He's like, where's my logo?
Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Do you feel alive? I feel alive. I'm happy to be here. My name is Eli Howard. We're actually going to have a 45-minute presentation about home inspections, so everyone get out here. I'm just kidding. So I'm the general manager for Inspect 360. We do home, commercial, and now mold inspections, indoor air quality. What we take pride in is not just our home inspections, but what I have taught my guys. I got a great team. I said the one thing we're not going to do is add any tension to that transaction. I'm not going to make Brian Seeds feel that his customer is going to get tension out of our home inspections. We're here to observe and we're here to report, right? So, and not only that, but we're going to be able to explain everything that we do in a way that they can understand it and that you can interpret it so you can use it to make your transaction go smoothly, right? Can I get an amen on that? That's what I'm screaming. Because I know a lot of people get a little tension with home inspectors because they don't think this, that, and the other. Obviously, we're all certified, but anyway, we're all over DFW. We go north, south, east, and west. All my guys are trained and experienced. None of them are new. We do have a Spanish speaker who just said that, but one thing I like to do when I come to these events is I like to learn something unique about the people I interact with, right? Not just what we do for a living, like what's your passion. So something unique about me is I'm a musician. I write music, sing music. I got music on iTunes and Spotify. Check it out. So whenever you come out here and talk to me, I'd like to learn something unique about you, and that way we can connect, okay? Thank you all very much.
Thanks for the food. Oh, you go ahead. Sorry. All right, next up, we got our good friend Taylor McKinney. Everybody loves you.
Hey y'all, my name is Taylor McKinney, or Taylor, your favorite renovator. So who, after listening to Dennis's speech, wants to flip their first home this year? Anybody? Okay, I see some hands. That's my job, to help you. So my company and I do renovations paid at the closing table. Let me make something so loud and so clear. We are the only company in DFW that does not require a credit check for renovations paid at the closing table. We're looking at the after renovations value to see how much money we can put into getting that home ready. So Wiley, Texas, we did a renovation there. That property, they put 30 grand in. They got 50,000 over asking price in 22 days in December. Who remembers December being really not the greatest month, right? But turnkey homes still sell. So if I can help you, I would love that opportunity. I'm gonna go ahead and do a giveaway because you'll forget half of what I said until you're in a home with carpet in the bathroom. So go ahead and take out your phone. First person to text me is gonna win what our very own Don Lawrence won last time, which is a trip to World Springs. So you have to text me your first name, your last name, and your email to qualify. I cannot send you a gift card without your email, okay? Who's ready?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not ready.
5 more seconds.
Get ready or Don's gonna win it again. I'll tell
3, 2,
you.
1. Phone number is 704-449-6033. Thanks so much.
Yay, thank you, Taylor.
All right, last but not least, we have Elite Foundation, Mary Peterson. And thank you, Mary, for all the You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you guys for being here. Y'all are excited to be here today. I want to thank the sponsors and the people that put it together. Why don't you give them a round of applause? I'm going to tell my owner that was all for me. Anyway, there's a lot of people in here that do know me. Who are my fans in here? Who are my clients? Okay. Well, if you don't know me, once you get to know me, I'm always dressed the same. I always have on the same kind of shirt, pants, etc. They all have a different saying on them. This one's my favorite. If your foundation is unstable as your Tinder date, call me, I can help you. Guys, what separates us from everybody else in the DFW Metroplex area are several things. We are huge educators. I encourage everyone in this room to get on Instagram and follow us for several reasons. Knowledge of the business, but what you're gonna go through, will go through, or any questions
This
you
is
may
manual
have,
focus. We
any
don't need to
knowledge that you're
hit
gonna
it halfway
need.
at focus.
My owner is creating video content for you on a weekly
Hit it
basis.
halfway.
And he's hilarious, he makes it fun. We also teach CE classes, we've got several of them. And our evaluations, of course, are free, but also what makes us different, our guys do not report to a brick and mortar. We don't have sales
This
meetings.
box.
What comes with
See
sales
this
meetings,
box?
guys?
That's the focus area.
We don't
I'm
have
trying to find the
those.
eye.
We don't have sales quotas. Our guys are
Oh, trying
not
to find
paid
the
an
eye.
additional commission structure
So,
to
so
upsell or
when you're having
oversell
too
you
many
when we
people,
get on
it
a
doesn't know
property.
which one to get.
9 times
good.
out of 10, we get on a property, and just for an example, one of the gentlemen that is one of the owners of Ace Credit Repair saw me at a big event like this, microphone in my mouth.
Act like you're shooting.
Scary thought I
Hit
did it.
halfway. Act like you're shooting.
Came up to me and
Hit it halfway.
said, oh, Mary, I wish I would have met you a week ago. We found a contractor that we trust. We're gonna go with him. But I get a lot of referrals and a lot of questions about this, and I'm gonna refer you next time because I'm in a lot of networking events. So can you feel the tenacity up here? Anybody? No one? Anyone? Well, anyway, so I get us out there. Sad part about this story, they had just had a newborn baby. Every contractor that came out there to give them a quote, either he was holding the baby or she was holding the baby. Well, get this. Highest bidder was over $30,000. Lowest bidder was $19,900 and some change. That's who he was going to go with, was the lowest bidder. We get out there, Jeffrey Ellison, my owner, actually gets out there himself to do the evaluation. Guess what was wrong with this man's foundation?
Nothing.
Not one thing. You have got to choose us wisely as contractors. And I hate to say this, but this is just the truth, and it's just the truth. Foundation companies are the shadiest creatures on the planet, not just because we work under a house. Guys, the sad thing is that contractors set the boundaries and limitations for what you don't know. That's why we stay exposed on Instagram. We want you to know what we do, why we do it, why we choose the materials that we do choose versus other contractors and how you can get scammed. So, watch out for us. Watch out for us. And please, guys, get on Instagram. It takes 20 seconds. Follow us. Elite Foundation Repairs. Warranties. We do not require a warranty transfer. I can't believe that's even legal. And when we do work on a house, warranty stays with the address. It's not going to follow Bill Smith moving to Wisconsin. It's ridiculous. And we can take over another company's warranty, barring the fact that we get under that house and work was even done. So it does cost a small fee per repair, but we can take over those warranties. And I think I've kind of covered everything from the ABCs. I know you guys are ready to start rocking with the next part of the day. I won't be here for the rest of the day, but hopefully everybody's got my information. Call us if you need us, but we hope you don't need us. All right, guys, thank you so much.
I like her.
We got lots of jokes today. We had a fun crowd, don't we?
It's fun.
Speaking of fun, one of the most fun community builders is our friend Daniel Ing, and Daniel has a lot to talk to us about. So come on up, Daniel.
That's right. Check, check. All right.
Oh, he had it.
I'm mic'd up a little bit. Yes. All right. Well, the slide is not working.
You got it?
Yeah.
It was supposed to. It's okay. We'll refresh. All right. Regional rally is going to be in Austin, Texas, April 7th. You want to refresh the Canva?
Do y'all hear that? We are not having a regional rally here in DFW, just in case you had any questions about it.
Don't cry. Don't cry.
Who's clapping? Dawn Lawrence. She doesn't want to be timekeeper. This is a lot of work. I don't know if you guys know this, but we do this for you guys for free on a volunteer basis. So, yeah, we completely understand that. I'm going to be sad.
It is sad. It is sad. In all honesty, though, EXP wanted us to just share the geography and let Austin and Houston have their time in the sun. So if you don't like that, you can complain to them.
So I had this slide up because I have fortune cookies for you guys, because it is Lunar New Year's. It's the year of the fire horse. So I wanted to celebrate that and announce that for you guys. So I've got the fortune cookies for you guys. This slide was supposed to be regional rally in Houston, March 25th. Everything's on our website. I'll show you that QR code in a minute. But going back to the rally, Austin will have theirs April 7th. You can take a picture of that. We'll have everything on the centralized website. These production summits, how do you like it so far? Right? It's a lot of work that us as volunteers for North Texas is putting this production summit together. So the next one we'll also have it May 20th, also here at MetroTex. The next one also will be in June. So make sure you register early. The discount free code is growth. So make sure you put that in there.
By the way, those two topics are hot, right? Listing mastery and AI. Who doesn't need to learn about that? You know?
I feel like there's a little troll on here
Yeah.
working the.
So go back to here. Go back to that. That's the regional rally for Houston. So that's the regional rally for Houston. That's going to be March 25th. Listing mastery, June 17th. AI for agents. And then, of course, in July, end of July, we'll have our Build Dallas event coming up.
July 30th and 31st at the Renaissance at Legacy West this
All right,
year.
so we've confirmed the location and we got the date set. So make sure you come back from your vacation and come to Build 26. Niches to Riches, August 19th, also here at MetroTex. Resi-Mercial, we have other guests flying in for this. So if you're in residential trying to get to that Resi-Mercial space, that commercial space, that's where we're going to teach you how to get into that transition from to Resi-Mercial. And we're going to finish strong in October 28th here at MetroTex with our production summits. And use the free code GROWTH and explode your business in 2026. Also, tomorrow we have our Lunar New Year event, lunch. We have about, I think, 90 people already registered for this. So if you want to come to that, that's going to be in Plano. Everyone's welcome. Just check that out if you want to go to that as well. EXPCon. I really stress you guys, not just for the icon agents or top producers, everyone should go to the conference that we have. So EXPCon Salt Lake City, going to be October 7th to the 9th. I know a group of us is going, so make sure you get on that. Don't feel FOMO. All right, so a lot of us are using Slack and we're transitioning to Hub. If you don't know what Hub is, that's our app that we're using for EXP. So connect to that. So make sure, and it's still in beta testing, but we're still moving. We are moving forward with this new software. Co-sponsorship, if you don't know what co-sponsorship is, please contact any of the leaders that are doing it so they can explain it. There's corporate slides for that. There's a link right there. Watch the video. This is a new tool that we're using to support each other as a community in our company. And this is that QR code. So all the events are going to be on this slide. So make sure you remember expntx.com or scan that QR code. But that's the site that we're Bettina's helping with that. She's watching on the live stream.
Hey, y'all can't say you don't know when events are in real life because this is the place to go.
So my team, don't ask me where's the link. It's right there. So thank you.
It's really hard. It's EXPNTX.
Yes.
It's a really hard website.
Right, and also you guys, these production summits, as you can tell, are very agnostic. If you're not with EXP and you're seeing these announcements, just realize it is because we happen to be with EXP, but we want everybody to feel welcome, and we want you to be able to invite guests from any brokerage. They don't need to just be with us.
And they don't need to be realtors.
Yeah.
I have people reach out to me that
Oh, this-
are lending or entrepreneurs themselves.
That's right. So I am live streaming this also, so it's on YouTube. So if you missed it or if you want to go back to it, guess what? I am live streaming. We want you here in person, though.
What YouTube?
What YouTube? Sorry. Thank you.
All right, what, Tina? Register early.
Yes.
We
Hey, if
do
y'all want food
appreciate that.
and drinks, you gotta register early. I saw y'all last night register for your tickets at like 12:30. I saw you, right? I saw you.
It does, but seriously though, it does do us a lot of help for you guys to register in advance so we know how many bagels to bring, among other things,
And who knows,
seating.
maybe one time we're gonna bring lotto
tickets, or maybe there's gonna be free alcoholic beverages.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not gonna work. Not gonna work. All right, Nicole, who do we have here? We pulled some strings.
I'm super excited because it's not every event that we actually bring in somebody from out of town. So you know he's got to be good if we want him to fly all the way, where, Minnesota?
Indiana.
Indiana.
I'm sorry. I was
Indiana. I thought it was.
Did you know that Austin actually was the trainer of the year for EXP?
You guys are in for a treat. You know, everybody wants financial freedom, but very few people understand the systems, patterns, and strategies behind it.
And this
This
is a
guy
published
does.
author. Not like says they are, not like an AI book, like a real author.
A real author.
Yeah.
So you guys are in for a treat. We're so excited. The first time I met him was actually last week on a Zoom in person. I had known of him, heard his name a million times, but the first impression I got was that this guy is a delight. Like, I fell in love with him immediately. I know you guys are going to as
She doesn't
well.
say that very often.
I don't. He wowed me, charmed my socks off. So I'm excited for you guys to get to know him as well. Please welcome Austin Chevron to the stage.
Okay, hello Dallas. Hello Dallas. Man, it's been a while since I've been back to Dallas. I'm starting to like it here a little bit. I want to start by saying, Dennis, where are you at, buddy? Dennis, amazing speech. You lit me up listening. Everyone give Dennis a little round of applause. That was amazing. I was taking notes. I'm like, that's good. That's it right there. And you know what I saw Dennis had? I saw he had an opportunity for you to continue learning with them. If it was me and I was here, I would be there in that room. And I would say, hey, Dennis, I'll be there. When's the next one?
Next month, I think third Thursday.
Third Thursday. What time? 5 o'clock. I would send him a message and say, I'm in the front row. Please have a name tag ready for me. That's what I would do if you just want to know. Because when you hear stuff like that, it's about compounding over time. It's about getting in the right rooms and staying in the right rooms. This stuff that we talk about today is tough. It is. It's actually really tough. And so you got to be around it. You got to stick around it more often, and you got to get around people that know what they're talking about. And then if you hit play, it's about 1 to 3 years later, you start to see the progress. Now, could you see it in a day, a week, a month? Of course. But it takes time. It takes time to get this momentum. Does everybody here have a vision of their life greater than they currently live in today? Okay. If not, it's okay. Let's go find it, because you're not done. Right? I look at me as someone, when people are like, man, you're doing really good. I'm like, if you could only see who I want to become and what I want to give and who I want to help, we're a fraction today of where we're going. And so I want to get into this today. 2 years ago, I was asked to speak, keynote speak at a conference with thousands and thousands of salespeople and employees. And I happened to be walking through the hallway, and I ran into the CEO at the time. And I said, hey, how's it going today? And the CEO said, with a big smile on his face, he's like, X. And he said, over 50. Like, that's a lot. Like, today we're going to be 34 things. Over 50. And I'm like, that's amazing. And if you know me, I always like to ask one last question. And I said, how many sessions do we have teaching people how to keep money they make? What do you think the answer was? It was 0. And I just paused. I didn't know I was going to ask him that question. He probably didn't like it. He was in a good mood until he ran up to me and then thought, well, maybe we got to throw this whole thing off next year and do it differently. And that just sat with me, that moment, for days and weeks, and it didn't sit well with me. Because as a real estate agent myself over all the years, I know how hard it is to work. I know the deals and the stress and the nights that I couldn't go to sleep because someone else's toilet leaked. And they thought, right? Like, that became my fault. And all of that time, and I just thought, why do we work so hard with no plan on how to keep what we make? And so that got to me, and I sat with that, and I just was like, you know what? This isn't going to be the rest of my life. So I decided to do something about it. I called my cousin, who's my business partner at the time, and I said, hey, I want to do my next project. He's like, great, what's this? We just put 3 training programs out in 18 months. I would never recommend that for any human being, okay? Great work, consumed 2.5 years of my life. And he's like, you ready for the next project? And I said, I am. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I want to document all of these ideas that I have. Because I was one of the people in life that got out successfully. I figured something out. And I'm like, I need to help other people do that. And so I said, this is what I want to do. I want to take 60 days, the next 60 days, and I'm going to stay in my office in my house, and I'm going to write everything I know about money. Think about that in your life right now. What would have to be true for you to take the next 60 days off of work to document everything you know about money? Positive, negatives, emotions, childhood, whatever. What's the first thing that goes through your mind when I say that? 60 days, the next 60 days, you're not working, you're not earning any money, you have no appointments, you are stuck at home, locked in your office, writing everything you know. Fear, anxiety, right? Like, well, who's going to handle all this stuff? How am I going to pay my bills? Well, I did that, and after 30 days, I popped out, and I told my cousin, I said, I think we have a problem. And he's like, what's that? I said, I didn't write anything about making money. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I literally wrote everything I knew about money, and I didn't write anything about making money. And he goes, I still don't get the problem. I said, I don't think that's the story anybody's going to want to hear. And he goes, well, was it true to you? I go, absolutely, it was true to me. Then he goes, then keep writing. And so I spent another 30 days writing everything I knew, figuring out what order did it go in. What were the things that I didn't understand that now maybe I have an idea, things that happened to me a year ago, 5 years ago, 20 years ago, and how do they show up today in my life? And what I want to share with everybody, I wrote this to start with for my kids. Because I could see my kids having, Dad's the guy who comes to Dallas and speaks, and it's sunny and nice here, and we're at home in negative degrees, it feels like. And they're like, Dad does all this, Dad has all these things, and I'm like, no. I want you to learn how to do this. I want you to understand the ways, so that way, when I'm gone and as you build, you actually have a plan that works, that's proven. That's not all bells and whistles. It's the actual systems on how it works. So after 60 days, I came up with this. Take your phones out. Grab a picture of this. This is one of my works of art here. Proud of this one. After 60 days, this is what I came up with. It's called the Chevron Pyramid of Wealth. It's the 22 pieces in my life that helped me go from a life that I didn't desire financially to a life that I'm very appreciative of. One of gratitude. One of abundance. All 22. My favorite 2, personally, are at the very top. Inheritance and giving. And how do you pass whatever you have on after you? And how do you create an abundance mindset to, while you're here, to be able to say, I am giving. I am that person. If you need something, I got you. Just let you guys know, if you need something, I got you. I got you. I'm going to show you how you can become that person too. So as I was building this pyramid, what I found was there was 3 main components of it. It's funny, when you spend 60 days in silence writing, the world starts speaking to you in different ways. The only other person speaking to me was my wife. She kept saying, when are you gonna leave? And I'm like, honey, I just need 2 more weeks. I'm almost getting there. And after 60 days, I realized that the foundation of this pyramid was all of my personal financials, all of my personal thoughts. It's the foundation, everybody, of how you build wealth. Now, I have some clients who make millions of dollars a year, and they tell me, Austin, my plan next year is to make another $1 million. And I'm like, that's never going to work. They're like, what do you mean? I go, your foundation is completely cracked. We're in real estate here. If you had, I just listened to the foundation lady, wherever she went. Okay? I listened. I'm like, she's the foundation lady. If your foundation is cracked and you go put more weight on it, what happens? It crumbles. That's probably what's happened to a lot of you guys over the years, is you focused on more and more and more, but you forgot about your foundation. You forgot about the piece that holds everything up. How you think, how you manage your money. I don't know about you, but I'm married. That's tough to deal with financials when you're married. Almost impossible. Yeah, right? Some of you are like, yeah, he's right. You got to work through that stuff. I've been married 18 years. My daughter's 15, my son's 13. And so I've had to work through this stuff. And it wasn't always pretty when I worked through it. But I got through the other side. And so when I talk about personal, I can talk about marriage, I can talk about our bank account, but when I was really sitting still, it actually happened before that. It happened before I got married as part of my foundation. And so I went back in my story and I started asking myself, where did this start? Where's an idea or something that I carry with me today that might be serving me? Or maybe it's not serving me. And I came up with this. I love those eyebrows. I just got the biggest eyebrows back then. And this was a picture of my mom and my sister and me. I'm guessing I was 15 because about that age, I had two shirts I really loved, a red shirt and a green shirt. And thank God I had the red shirt on to remind me back then of my favorite shirt. Today, I just wear suits and white shirts is where we're at. And somebody might say, well, what's this have to do with the personal foundation, Austin? And I said, well, let me keep going, because we all have a life and we all have experiences, right? And those experiences today are still with you. And they're still casting shadow or the sun over whatever you do in your life. And so I peeled back my onion a little bit, and this is what I found. Went up to my safe. That's a newspaper from the day my mother passed. So July 22nd, 2001. I got a call, said your mother passed in an airplane accident. Like that. It was done. Like that. I always look at mom flying up in the air now. And on that day, I became a victim. I was 17 years old. And I became a victim. I was a victim for a good decade. Working through, like, how did this happen? And why me? And all these things. And then so I started to peel it back even more. And I'm like, well, what happened with your mother's death that was so traumatic for you? Death's one thing. What else happened? Well, the day after my mother died, my family went in there and stole her jewelry. 17 years old, dealing with death and theft from people that I loved. Now, we didn't have much money. We actually, when my mother died, she had a negative estate. Which meant she owed more money than what she had when everything was sold. I remember talking to the creditor saying, you guys owe us money. And I'm like, sue us. There ain't nothing here for you. Like, you can come get your car. I know my mother had a brand new car. It had 635 miles on it when she passed. And they're like, it's upside down. I'm like, that's not our problem. So this is the stuff I lived through. Now, because my mother's estate was negative, there was no money to bury her. So what did we do? My parents had been divorced for 10 years at the time. We called my dad's mother, opposites. Imagine this if this was your family. My mother's ex-mother-in-law paid to bury my mother. Who does that? You know who does that? A great steward of money. Someone who gives. Would your ex's parents pay to bury you? Yeah, now it sinks in a little more, huh? This was a rare thing, but I got to witness this. And I saw this happen, and I'm like, that's an amazing human being. Now, my grandma Clem was the best human being on this earth. And I watched that. And grandma said, hey, I'll pay for it when you get your insurance money. There was a $25,000 insurance check. When you get the money, just pay us back. All good. Figured out the insurance company, my mom had it in her best friend's name. Now maybe I know why. Couldn't trust the family. Me and my sister were minors. Call up the lady. There's $25,000 coming to you. When you get the money, please give it back. We got to give it to Grandma Clem. A year later, I get a call from the insurance company. Said, hey, the check's been cashed. So I call up my mom's best friend. We said, hey, the money's there finally. Congratulations. We're finally here. It's been a year of waiting for this to pay Grandma back. You know what she says to me? What check? What check, Austin? I go, what do you mean, what check? She goes, I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I thought? I'm going to kill you now. Do you think that stayed with me over the years? Do you think you have something like that that's in your life that's casting maybe a negative vision on how you think about money? Money's the root of all evil. Money's greedy. My wife, we were looking at moving neighborhoods, and my wife's like, well, I don't want to move with all the rich people. I'm like, well, we're the first people in there. What do you think they're going to think about us? And my wife's dealing with this in her head. I'm like, we are the rich people. What? All these things you have to work through. Well, that negative mindset that I had from my mother's death stayed with me for a decade. And a decade later, I had the pleasure of having my second child. That's my boy Finn right now. He's now taller than me. The world's different when you got kids taller than you. And when my son was born, we qualified for welfare. Now, this was 8 years after I had my real estate license. Let me be clear, real estate agents. Real estate allowed me to sit for 8 years before I qualified for welfare. Are you in your 8-year cycle right now? Because it doesn't pick you up and pull you out. It lets you sit and rot unless you do something about it. And so at this time, I knew I had it in me. I told my wife, we qualify for welfare. And she's like, what did you do? And I'm like, I don't know. But dang, this sucks and we're going to take it. She goes, we're not going to take welfare. I said, like hell, we're not going to take welfare. If the government says we need welfare, then we need welfare. Yeah, right? Like I said, we're taking it. And I made her a promise. I said, I'll make sure we're never here again. I will figure this out. This was my rock bottom. I was not going any further down. And I made my wife a promise. I said, hey, I'm going to go figure this out, and I'm going to take us all the way up. And I knew when I did that there could be repercussions with the family. So I made my family 3 promises. First, no appointments Friday after 5. No appointments Friday after 5. 1. Home for dinner every night at 5 o'clock. Catch that one, real estate agents. Home every night for dinner at 5 o'clock. Non-negotiable. And then the third one was no appointments on Sundays. That was the promise I made to my wife. Now, it was easy for me to make it because I was on welfare, so it's not like I had a lot of business, right? Like, no one was calling. So it wasn't really that tough. But I made myself, my family, that promise on that day. And I knew where I was going to hold true to it. And today I still hold true. I have a reminder on my phone that will go off every day at 4:45. It says dinner at 5 o'clock. And today is an exception that I'm not there because I'm here with you guys. Okay? Now, I made myself 3 promises at the same time. It's when I created my vision for my life. And I said, when this little guy graduates high school, 3 things are going to happen. And he's 13 now, so now it's starting to become real. 1, I will be free of money. I will not need money to live my life anymore. I will just do what I want to do, and I will have an abundance of money there for me. 2, I will be free of time, which means I will not be bound by anybody else's schedule. I will do what I want when I want to. And the 3rd is I will be free of location, meaning I can live anywhere, be anywhere, and do anything I want. That was my 3 promises. That was the day my vision came to me. And for the last 13 years, I went to work. And I went to work. And I want to show you here the first thing that I did. I became aware of my money. Are you aware right now of your personal spending, how much you spend, what you spend it on? Do you have spreadsheets that tell you where the money went? Some of you are like saying, oh my God, he went here. Yes, I have to. This is your foundation. And so I went and I wrote down everything that I spent over 90 days. And it was ugly. It was ugly. But I said, no judgment right now. Just write it all down. Some of you are getting really nervous right now. That's what it takes to fix your problem. And I wrote it all down. No judgment. I told my wife, just write it all down. Everything we spend, just write it all down. I want to see it all. Because without awareness, how was I ever going to do better? Without awareness, how would I ever do better? So once we got the 90 days listed out and I had 3 months, and the reason I do 3 months and not 1 is because around November, our expenses go way up. Do you know why our expenses go way up in November? Because of Christmas. You know what doesn't happen in July? Christmas, right? My family's blessed enough to take 2 vacations every April. That means March's bills are excessive to pay for the vacations. So you need to see these numbers over a longer period of time and not a shorter period to understand truly what you're dealing with. So step 1, 90 days, write everything down. This is my actual expenses, by the way. My wife loves that I show all of our stuff. This is it, mortgage payment. What's my mortgage payment? $22.18. You know what my mortgage payment is today? $22.18. No, it's 2.6% interest. I would never pay that off. I would love to extend it another 20 years at 2% and go invest all my money and make 20% on my money and pay the bank 2%. That's why I keep it. But this was it. There was things in here like when I read it, Disney Fast Pass, I paid $900 to not wait in line. Now, what's weird is some of the lines are still really long. And so just got it all down. Then after that, here's what I did. I would highly suggest you do this, by the way. So what I did after that, I figured out there's really 3 categories how I looked at all my money. I had my fixed expenses. I had my lifestyle choices, and then I have everything called extras. And the fixed expenses are how I live my life. They a lot of times they end in the word bill to give you an idea. These are my bills. This is what it costs for me to live and to do and to be and to be here with you guys. This is what it costs. And then I had lifestyle. This is how I want to live my life, right? I enjoy these things. I want to be alive. My kids have sports. We have Hulu and Netflix, right? Like, who doesn't have some of that stuff? We went to Disney and spent $1,700 on tickets. And then I put a Starbucks in there because my wife likes Starbucks, and I don't want to tell her she can't get Starbucks. But my daughter and my wife, they would go every day if I didn't say something. And that then becomes the extra column. Like, hey, going there once or twice a week, all good, that's a lifestyle. Going there 5 times a week, it becomes an extra. And so now what I'm doing is moving all my money into the extras that don't serve my life how I desire. No judgment here. The extras just say, this money I spent doesn't really have anything to do with the vision of my life. So now we're making some progress here, right? I'm just asking you to put it all down for 90 days and put it in these 3 categories. And then what I want to do is just look at this extra category. This is how I did it. I said, okay, honey, let's just look at this. These are the things that we're spending money that we don't value. So we would have to agree that they're extras, right? They're not needed. And so if they're extras, let's do this. Let's get a little more on point. And in this example, I had about $4,000 worth of extras that month. And so I said, hey, let's just take 25% of what we deem we don't need to put somewhere that serves our life and serves our vision and serves who we want to be. Maybe I told you earlier, I have an account that I give out of. We're going to talk more about that. I get an extra $1,000 a month now to put in that account, $12,000 a year. This is how we do it, one little step at a time. Now, when I looked at the money, I can say, okay, the money's easy, Austin. I see that. Well, what's something else in your life that has shown up in the past that it's who you are, but you're not aware of it? Now, remember, when you spend 60 days in silence, amazing things happen. And here's what happened. Does anybody know what this, anybody played this game before? There's always somebody. What's your name, sir? Drew? Okay, so you played this game? Okay. So I played this game too. And Drew might be saying, Austin, what's this game have anything to do with money in your life? Okay. Well, here's what I realized. When I played this game, I was ranked, Drew, 3rd in the world in this game. I was ranked 3rd in the world. And now this was back in the years after my mother passed, so I was in a downward spiral playing video games like a fanatic. And so I said, Austin, how were you ranked 3rd in the world in this game? And that came to me really quick. I said, it's because I had a schedule. Drew, how old are you? 30. Okay, great. There's always a 30-some-year-old guy in the audience when I tell this story. Not a girl yet, but a guy. And so what I realized is I had a schedule. And so I'm like, okay, what was the schedule? Well, the schedule was I would wake up, I'd set my alarm at 6 a.m. every morning to go play for 2 hours. Why did I do that? Because the kids were on. And when the kids were on and I was a young adult, I could crush them and level up really fast. And I had to play while the kids were on. And then from 8 to noon, I'd go into the real estate office and I would be my dad's assistant. And then from noon to 3, I would go to college and do that. Didn't do it well. And then at 3 to 5-ish, my wife would come back. And then she would stay at the house where I lived till maybe like 6 or 7. Then she would go home. And then at 7 o'clock, I was back on. And then I was playing with all the kids again. And then from 7 to 11, the kids and amateurs played. And at 11's when the professionals played. And we played from 11 to 1 or 2 in the morning every night. It's when we played in the tournaments. My team won the entire East for SOCOM back in the day, which was the biggest tournament. Now you might say, well, Austin, what's this have to do with money? Well, it has to do with who I was and what was built up inside of me, because what I realized when I got my money right, well, what else was inside of me? And here's what I found. I had a schedule on how I built my money. Literally had a schedule, just like SOCOM, how I had a schedule. If you want to be the best in the world at something, do you think you need to have a schedule? Absolutely. If I asked you today, what's your financial schedule look like? What would you say? I look at it, but I don't like it because it doesn't say what I want, so I try not to look at it actually, right? So here's what I did. I unraveled. Every day after my morning routine, I would look at my financials for 15 minutes. I'd check my bank account, check my credit card, and figure out, do I have money today or don't I? Is my account negative and I need to call the bank and try to negotiate the $40 fee again? How many of you have a $40 fee you don't even know that happened last month? So this was my schedule. Monday through Thursday, after my morning routine, I spent 15 minutes just looking at my financials. And then on Friday, or sometimes on Saturday, I would invest an entire hour to go over, are my assets and liabilities and opportunities around me in alignment with the vision that I have for my life? And that was a lot deeper. Monday through Thursday, I maintained. Friday, Saturday, I took ground. Now, I did this without even knowing. I did this because I had a vision, and I needed to achieve that vision at all costs. And I knew that if I made money but didn't figure out how to keep it, that it wouldn't equal the results that I wanted. So let's have some fun here. Let me ask you a question. I love when I travel around the country asking this question to see the different answers. So my first question to you is, on average, when I speak to a room of real estate agents, how many hours a week do you think they exchange their time for money? So think about you. How many hours do you work a week? You exchange your time in hopes for money. What is that number? Let's hear it. What's your guesses? 70. What else? 60. What else? 40. What else? We're just stopping at 40? Has anybody here want to exchange 20 hours a week for money? It's okay. Hey, we got pig. Hell yeah. That sounds a lot better than 70, right? Ideally, yeah. So here's what I found. On average, when I speak on this across the country, the average answer is 45. So on average, you spend 45 hours a week exchanging your time for money. Now let me ask the next question. Now when you get that money, how many hours a week are you exchanging that money for things, stuff, and experiences? What do you think the answer is? How many? Would you say 40? We always have a 40 in the crowd. What else? How many hours do you spend money on Amazon a week? Do you go to the grocery store? Are you buying stuff, clothes? How many hours on average? 10, too many. What else? Here's what I found. On average, it's 5. Yep. This is what everybody says. This isn't me. I try to spend money, none. 0. But my wife and kids balance me out at 5. So 5. So if this formula is correct, then that means 45 hours a week we're spending making the money, and 5 hours a week we're actually spending the money, which is 50 hours. Now I brought one copy of this up here. I'm going to give away a copy of the money puzzle for whoever gets this next answer right. Don, you can't answer it. How many hours a week do you think the average person takes managing the money that they made? 30 minutes? Did I hear 30 minutes here? Somebody said 30 minutes. Come up, let's give her a round of applause. "30 minutes is the answer. It's Rebecca. Awesome, Rebecca. So while you're looking at your copy of the money puzzle, Rebecca, let me ask you this question. What is 50 hours divided by 30 minutes? What percent? Can't use your phone. You got to use your head. I know. You won, so I get to do this with you now. You can ask for help. What is 50 hours of making money and spending it divided by the time you manage it? It's what? It's 1%, right? It's 1% of the time I manage my money. Do we have any parents in the room? Raise your hands. Okay, we got some parents. Okay, keep your hands up. Do we have anybody who's married in the room? Raise your hand. Okay, we're at about 90% of the room. Anybody else have animals in the room? Raise your hands. Okay, other than the people who are looking at their phones right now, I think that's everybody. So here's my question to you then. If you're a parent, if you're a husband or a wife, and you take the approach of investing 1% of your time as a parent, how good of a parent are you going to be? What about, I've been married 18 years. I started asking myself this question. If I'm a husband 1% of the time, how good of a husband am I going to be? You think I'd be divorced by now? Okay, I'd be single. So let me ask you this last question. If you spend 1% of your time managing your money, how good's your money going to be? Horrible, right? All this makes sense. When's the last time you were taught this? When's the last time you were awakening to the fact that my formula doesn't work? This doesn't work. Now, I'll show you this. Remember when I told you earlier, a lot of my clients say, hey, Austin, if I make more money, I'll have more money. And I say, because what you're saying is if you increase your business, that it's supposed to stay on that personal foundation, and that personal foundation won't crack. It cracks every time. And so I say, let's start with the personal and then move to business. And I had the blessing of this. Who do you think this is, by the way? If you had to guess, who is this? Thank you. Who said me? Who said that? Who said me? Did you say me? I always get one person. I was not alive back when the black and white photos happened, okay? Just saying. There are new black and white photos. So this is my father. And I bring this back up because now when we talk about business, I've been blessed to be around real estate agents 85% of my life since I was 6 years old because my father got his real estate license. And when I say blessed, I mean like, hey, I was blessed never having money. I was blessed by being the last one picked up from school. I was blessed by having my parents get divorced, probably because he was in real estate. Yeah. I remember at preschool, them asking me, or it wasn't preschool, it was daycare, them asking me, hey, when's your dad going to come? And I'm like, I'm wondering the same thing. You know what my dad was doing? Showing property, trying to make it, figuring it out. And so I grew up with this. But what was really interesting when I look back, my dad just wasn't a real estate agent. When I was 12, my dad became the manager of the largest Coldwell Banker office in the nation. Talk about even being traumatized even more. So what did that look like when I was 12 and 13? And some of you, your parents were real estate agents, so you're really understanding what I'm saying here. Yep. So when I was 12 and 13, my dad would walk me through the office saying, son, you see that chair right there? That's worth $22,000. It's empty. I need to fill it. There's another one, 44. There's another one, 66. There's $88,000. That's what I'm going to go work on today. He also said, you see that chair right there? You see Bobby? I haven't seen Bobby in 3 months. Bobby's probably not going to make it. You see that person right there, Peggy? I'll point at you, Peggy. Peggy's been here every day. Peggy's going to do well if she continues. She surrounds herself by the right people, and she stays in here and she does her work, she'll be successful. That's how I was raised. Well, being surrounded by the top real estate agents in the country, you know what I also found after all the years? They're broke. They're broke, literally made millions of dollars and they're broke. And I'm like, well, that's not the vision that I want. That's not the life I want. One of my favorite real estate agents, I think he's 78 now. I watched this guy buy and sell hundreds of homes. Okay? Him personally, himself, for his family. And I asked him one time, I called him up and I said, hey, Wid, I said, how's real estate, man? He's been in real estate longer than I've been alive. He's like, it's awesome. I'm like, okay, let me ask you this question. I said, what do you like about it so much? He goes, I love the people. Like, okay, Wid. And Wid's always a positive guy. I said, Wid, let me ask you one question. If I put $10 million in your bank account today, would you sell real estate tomorrow? And he said, absolutely not. So without saying it, what Wid said is, Austin, I've mismanaged my money. I've just mismanaged it. It wasn't that I didn't make it. It wasn't that I didn't have opportunity. I just was never taught how to keep it. And so I knew when I got my vision that I had to do something different. So I created what's called my wealth machine. It's the 12th module in my program, the wealth machine, one of my favorite things that I created. And here's what I realized. It starts with, say the words out loud. What's in the middle? Deposit account. How many of you here have a deposit account? Okay, some of you trained with me before. That's not fair. So the deposit account, what I realized is when we put our money in the account we spend it out of, we live a rich life and we live a poor life. We live a rich life and we live a poor life. I got a commission check, I bought a new car. I'm broke, I'm going into credit card debt 30 days later. We live a rich life and we live a poor life. So what I realized is I couldn't do what they did, because if I do what they've always done, I was going to have what they've always had. And I didn't want that. I wanted something different. So I said, every dollar that comes into my bank account, I'm going to put it in this deposit account. It's a holding tank for my money. And then what I need to do is to make a series of decisions on how I want to live my life. Did you hear that? A series of decisions on how I wanted to live my life. Just like you have to start to make a series of decisions on how you're going to change your life. It's a series of decisions. So here's the first thing. Coaching and training real estate agents now for almost a decade, what I realize is over 50% of us are behind on our taxes. Now, I won't separate this half of the room here, but that's kind of what it looks like. And I ask myself, is my vision, or is anybody's vision, being behind on their taxes? Is that in anybody's vision? I know one human being that it is. She's like, I'm not paying my taxes ever again. She's 67 years old. She's worth millions and millions of dollars. And she happens to have about $1 million come in a month. And I'm like, that could work for you. That won't work for me. And it won't work for anybody else. So I can't have you come speak with me when I go around, even though maybe it'd work for you. Part of our vision is paying our taxes. So the question is why don't you pay your taxes? It's because you don't have a system in place to help you pay them. Fair? Next thing, investment account. I sold the one thing that the world says is the thing you should buy to make yourself rich. That's what I sold. But I didn't have the capital to be able to do it. So I had to strip off some out of every check, is what I realized, to invest in my future. If you're taking every dollar that comes into your account today and you're spending it, what's your future look like? Right? And let's be real, most of us, that's what we're doing. See, I came in here today to help change your vision and to help set you on the right course. To help you say, Austin, I know what I'm doing now today isn't going to get me to where I want to go. I've watched entrepreneurs get there for 35 years and they end up and they're like, shit, this is not what I wanted. Why are you selling houses and you're 83 years old still? You got a hologram lockbox and you don't know how this thing works now. You telling stories about driving to the offices and getting the keys. Why are we still here? It's because we didn't invest in our future. And then my favorite account here on the top, and I've talked about this a lot, it's the giving account. See, once you start to give, life completely changes for the better. When I raised my tithing, God gave me about a $6,000 a month raise. And I'm like, that's all I had to do, huh? What else could I give? Who else could I give to? This was amazing. Now, let me be honest with you here. Okay? You're probably not giving enough money to who you want to become and for the vision of your life. You're probably not giving what you want, right? Right? Raise your hand if you'd like to give more. Okay, that's most of us, right? So the question is why don't you? That's really the question. If we know the formula is right, then why don't we? And I think I know the answer. You don't give enough because you don't have any money, right? That's not like you don't have $1 million sitting in your account just saying, I don't want to give it. You just don't have it. And I had to ask myself, well, why is this true? And I came up with one answer, and I think it's the only answer. And I agree with you. You don't have the money because you spend it all. Right? You literally spend all your money. You're like, well, awesome, because I don't have any money, I can't give. I don't have any money to give. I can't invest because I don't have any money. Does this sound familiar? Well, I can't pay my taxes. You know why, Austin? Because I don't have any money. Because I spent it all. And if that's a common answer, do you want that to continue to be your answer this year and next year and the year after that and 5 years after that? No, you have to transform your thinking, your habits, and your systems. You see, when every dollar comes in my account, I strip a percent out and put in all three of those accounts. Before I spend any money, I strip a percent out. And if I was in charge of you today, I would say 25% should go into your taxes, no less than 10% into your investments. And if you're not giving it all, then give 1%. Because everybody can afford to give 1%. You might say, Austin, 1% is not that much. Well, my first 2 months of giving 1%, I fed 4 families on Thanksgiving. And that was a lot more fulfilling than whatever shit we would have bought that we didn't need. Right? 100%. Start to get in alignment. Now, the question becomes okay, Austin, well, there's something missing. Has anyone seen what's missing so far in my formula here? What's missing? All the money that you spend. You see, because what I realize is most people spend all their money and then they don't have any money left over to do the things that are really important. And so I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go do what's important, then I'm going to spend what's left over. And what's left over is my business operations and what I call my personal operations. Now, these don't get funded a percent. These get funded a dollar amount every month. Why is that? Because I work off of a budget. Because my business has to have a budget. My home has to have a budget. If my home didn't have a budget, then we would be staying at nicer places in Disney than where we stay. We have to have a budget. We have to have a vision for our life. We have to have a vision for our business. Let me ask you this. If your goal is to sell 20 houses a year, should you have the same budget that I had when I sold almost 90? Absolutely not, right? That formula wouldn't work. So for you to have a budget, it's really where does the money need to go to fulfill your vision for your business and your personal. Now, I know this is work. I know this takes time, but we don't have a choice if we're going to get there. We don't have a choice. Something has to change. Where you're at today financially is not working. We have to make a choice. So within 4 short years, this is what my investment account bought me. It bought me about 50 properties, single family. And what's crazy about these 50 properties, I never saw one of them, and they were all within 25 minutes of me, which is like in Dallas, that's like 2 miles that way. It's not where I live. So these properties I was able to buy by stripping off, by creating the system, by getting the vision in place, creating the wealth machine and staying disciplined and keeping my habits to do it. Next thing you know, I got all these properties. And I was buying these in 2020 and 2021. And Dennis, when I saw your graph, I'm like, man, I bought right when it was going up. I got what? What's the word? I got lucky, right? I bought right when it was going up. No, I didn't get lucky. I was being given back because I was taking care of my money and I was giving. I was being a good steward of what was given to me for my work and effort. And now I was putting it in the right places. The next thing you know, the world gives me abundance. And now I have these 50 properties and they all just doubled and tripled in value. Never seen them, by the way. Heard they're nice. Some are crap. This one's got some wood on the door, on this bottom right one. I don't care. I don't touch them. I pay someone to do that. And these properties allow me now to live the life that I desire. They allow me to come here and change some of your lives. Because I have these, because I'm not worried about, I got to go make this money and do this appointment and have this client. I can be here and now I can give and I can impact you. By doing what was hard in the beginning and working on my financials, seeing what I have, separating it in the right way, going back to your childhood to figure out where's your childhood helping you or hurting you. Grandma Clem in my childhood was 100% helping me. She was a great steward of money. She taught me that money was great, that I could do these things, how to take care of it. And then when Mom died, all the bad stuff happened. I'm stolen from. Well, I get to choose my story. I get to choose what I want to work with. And that's part of the work, is for you to go back and figure that out. So then the last piece here, I realized after I got my personal foundation in place, and then after I got my business in place, now how do I keep it all together? How do I keep it all together when COVID hits? How many people do you know that went down when COVID hit? Their business went down, spiraled out of control. Okay? What about when 2008 hit? How many businesses went out then? And so I realized it's not about getting to the top of the mountain. I believe I'm going to get there. It's about how, when I fall, do I not fall as far? And so I created this generational section. And there's some really cool pieces in here. The first one is module 18, is the money wheel. And the money wheel, we all have a money wheel, by the way. Each and every one of us has a money wheel. You're just not as conscious as I am. And my money wheel is, where do I go get money when I need money? When you need money, where do you go get it? Do you call mom? Do you call dad? Do you go to the bank? Do you use your credit card? Do you call investors? Where do you go get money when you need it? So I'm in Northern Indiana. When you sell real estate in Northern Indiana, January and February suck. Because it's so cold, they don't allow you to go outside. We were literally inside for a whole week this year. They wouldn't even let us go outside. It was like negative 30 degrees, didn't stop. You guys saw a spit or two of it here. We're locked down, which means commissions 30 days after that suck. And so every year I had to go through and I had to figure out, where do I go get my money? Dennis said it beautifully earlier. Figure out where your money is before you need it. That's what this is. Do you see the first one on there? Who's the first one? Yourself. I'm going to give you that advice today, is you need to be on your money wheel, your bank accounts, your reserves, your assets. You are on there. Now, I also have banks that I can call up if I need $50,000, $100,000. I could call a bank up and go get a private loan, personal loan with them. I could use credit cards. I could sell some stocks. I could sell a house. I could also ask my family members, or I could call private investors. And in my program, I go through these different scenarios in which I would do that. Here's an awesome one. I need $500 to help fund my daughter's cheer. Am I going to go to a bank and say, hey, I need $500? They're going to be like, oh, okay, Austin. No. Could I call an investor and be like, I'll give you 20% on your money if you give me $500 so I can fly down to Dallas compared to driving my family? That doesn't work. But if I called my dad, I said, hey, Dad, I need $500. We're driving right now. You know how it is driving, right? I'm trying to love all them on this time. I need $500 to drive down. He'd be like, done. Money wheel. Next, Don, I was telling you last night, Allison, maybe you too, my dog tore 2 ACLs within 14 months. How beautiful is that, right? $12,000 later. So I asked my dad, hey, Dad, can you give me money? He goes, I don't like dogs. I didn't think you should have got the dog in the first place. Yeah, so that family's not working. I don't personally have any money. So then I looked at my credit card. I'm like, okay, I could do the credit card. Not a great idea, but I got some commissions coming in. I could make that work. $12,000 later, I'm good. Give you another example. 10 years ago, I sold this little lady's house. She was probably about this tall. 80 pounds soaking wet. And she cussed at me like a sailor. She threatened me. She was awesome, by the way. And she called me up a year ago and she said, hey, Austin, and I always stayed in contact with my clients. I built every business I ever had by referral. And she called me up and she said, hey, Austin, I got a disease. I'm not going to last long. I need to sell this house and move down to Florida to be next to my son so he can take care of me in my last days. And I said, Joyce, I don't sell real estate anymore, but you're near and dear to me. Let me come over to your house and let me just talk to you, see where you're at in life, and I can refer you a real estate agent. I sat down with Joyce, 74 years old at this time, this tall, this big. And Joyce sits down and she goes, Austin, thank you for coming over here. And I know you don't sell real estate anymore, but I got an idea. Why don't you just buy it? It'd make a great little home for you and your family and your stuff. I go, Joyce, I don't buy a pack of gum when I'm checking out, let alone buy a house. But she got me thinking, what if I buy her house? What if I put it in my assets? So I said, let me do this, Joyce. Let me go back and figure out what this home's worth. And then I'll come back and I'll sit down. I said, the home's worth about $180, $190 if I were to get someone to sell it. If you sell it to me at $150, I'll buy it. I need some meat on the bone for my family. She goes, sold. And I'm like, shit, I don't have $150,000. But you know what I had? I had my money wheel. And I knew I had access to $150,000. I just didn't know where I was going to get it. So I went through, I told Joyce I was going to buy her house, and then right at the very end, before she signed the contract, she looked at me and she said one thing. She goes, I'll do this under one condition. I go, what's that? And she said, I want your book bag. I go, you want my book bag? She goes, yeah. She goes, I can envision walking around the lake where I'm going to live with your book bag, and I can have all my picnic stuff in there. And so I'm like, well, I only got one, Joyce. I just got this last week and spent $150 on it. And so I ended up giving Joyce the bag. And there's Joyce right there. Joyce, unfortunately, passed 3 months after that experience. Joyce, I was able to make her life better because I took care of my money. Because I understood that I had a money wheel and I understood where I could go get it. When the opportunity comes to you, are you aware? Are you aware that if you take care of your money, there's people like Joyce that's waiting for you? Right? Well, let me share this with you. My favorite book. Who's read this book before? Yes. What's that? And where I live, in Indiana. Yep, that was one of the only houses I seen out of all 50 of them. So this book, The Richest Man in Babylon, I've read this 40 plus times. Here's my one line out of it. It's my question to you. If you had a bag heavy with gold, or a clay tablet carved of wisdoms, with words of wisdom? If thou had a choice, which would thou choose? That's the question, right? If you had a choice between a bag heavy filled with gold or clay tablet, what would you choose? Wisdom. Sounds like the easy answer, right? Well, what are you currently choosing? I didn't. You guys said the gold real quick there. And so this is the new thinking. This is the new you. You got to do this. And I went back and I looked and I did this. You know, right after we got off of welfare, I got some money and I'm like, if I invest in me, all this is going to be better. My wife's like, okay, you're also the one that got us on welfare. So I'm like, maybe we'll just keep some of the money. And I go, no, I got to invest in me. I got this vision. I got to pursue it. I know what it is. I'm going. And so I went to Tony Robbins' Business Mastery Conference. Anyone ever been to that? Yep, never been to UPW, nothing. I had some clients come up to me and they're like, you would die if you were at this. You would crush it. It's 5 days, 12 hours a day, all intensity. I'm like, I'm in. How much does it cost? $10,000. I was like, shit. I got to tell my wife that I'm going to spend $10,000 on a ticket when we spend $0 on any of these things. But I'm like, it's inside of me. This vision is burning to be fulfilled. I have to become wiser. I have to decide to change out the gold, the money I have, to get the wisdom if I'm ever going to transform into the person that I dream and I desire. And so I went there. Now, what I didn't realize is West Palm Beach is one of the most expensive places to go in the country. And like an egg sandwich was $30-some, and I'm used to $2.99. So I'm in this event for $15,000. My wife's going to kill me. And I come home, and I told her, I said, I got it, honey. She's like, what do you got? I said, I got it. I got her money out of it. She said, what? I said, the secret to living is giving. And she's like, no, what did you get out of the conference? And I go, no, I got it. The secret to living is giving. We got to figure out how we can give more, how we can be the person that gives, that lives the abundance life. We got to become that person if we're going to live the life. That was worth $1 million to me, that $15,000 I invested to see this. And I went on in my life and I started to realize things, and I started to become the person. I started to become the person that when somebody needed something I gave, I didn't even realize what was happening. And life became so much better. So does anybody know what this is? It's an apple. It's not a trick question. We're not on trick question time. This is an apple. Does anybody here eat apples? Okay. I like to eat apples. Does anybody know what apples have inside of them? Seeds. Okay. Do you know what the purpose of the seeds are? To grow more apples, right? Now let me ask you the question. Have you ever planted apple seeds? The majority are saying yes. So when you eat an apple, do you take the seed out and plant it? Absolutely not. You just throw it away, right? See, I look at that seed just like giving. You were given a commission check. You have to pull the seed out and plant it. If not, you're a consumer not giving anything back. Now, I know that's hard. It's hard to think, but I'm like, okay, God, if in every apple you plant seeds, and I know it's my job to plant the seeds, but I don't feel like I have enough seeds, I just have to have faith, right? You just have to have faith. And so then I asked myself, if I can count the apples or the seeds in the apple, what I realize is I can't count the apples in the seed. And I just got to keep going and having faith that if I take the seed out and I plant it, that it will have a world of abundance around me. And that's what I'm asking of you guys here today, is to have faith, to take the seed out. So that way you can live a life of abundance. You can have all the apples you want if you just take care of the ones that you have. Okay? When Don and Allison asked me to come out here and speak, my first answer that I didn't say out loud was no. That's my first answer for everything. It's a mechanism. But I asked myself, why would I come out here? And I told myself, I'm going to come out here because somebody here, I'm going to help change their life. Somebody here is going to hear the message. And I don't know who that's going to be. But somebody here needs to hear this. Peter, it might be you, my friend. Came up to me in the bathroom. He's like, dude, I've been watching you. I've been training with you. And I'm like, well, let's keep going. Today's the day. And so my Chevron Pyramid of Wealth is 22 different pieces and concepts of how I put all my financials together. I showed you today just some small pieces. This online program's from point A to point Z and every piece in the middle. It's me coaching you and training you 6 hours worth of content on how to help you transform into that life that today I believe you found there was a gap. Right? I showed you a gap today. Well, I'm not here just to show you the gap. I'm here to help you fix it. Because if you don't fix it, there's a chance you're going to be in the same place in 12 months that you are today. And that's just not who I am. That's not what I want anymore. And so out of the hundreds of people I put through this program, I asked myself, well, what is the one piece of feedback that they would ask for to make it better? And I've realized this, Chevron Live. So raise your hand if you've trained with me in Chevron Live before. Okay? Here's what I'll tell you. In Chevron Live, this is where I help you implement these things. What did we train on yesterday in Chevron Live? Do you remember? 3 things, 3 letters. Do you remember the 3 letters? The C. We're working on paying attention in live right now, so we're... So yesterday, I didn't tell you I was going to ask you this. So yesterday in Chevron Live, I helped people become a better CFO. Because you are the CFO in your business. And if I asked you, how well are you doing? You'd be like, ugh. But it's required. So what I realized is if I could help you with the program, and then I could help you stay in proximity to me for 2 months, that we could actually make a movement in your life and in your business. And so while I'm here in Dallas, I have 9 books in the back. Anybody who purchases the wealth program, I'll give you 2 months of live with me. I promise you over the next 60 days, your life will completely transform into a little bit better vision and version that you have for yourself. And if anybody wants, I'll be in the back. I'll sign 9 copies until they're out. I gave one out to Rebecca. Good job. I gave one to her. So if anybody wants this, QR code's there. Feel free to scan it and then see me in the back. I'll be here afterwards. So thank you, everybody.
Good stuff, Austin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Austin.
All right. Well, I have to say this, Nicole, our next guest. What a treat that you walk into a room with 120 random realtors and someone comes up to you and says, I cannot believe Daniel White is here. I said,
did
what
happen.
testimony is that?
That was an excellent testimony. I didn't know people in the room knew him except for Fancy Nancy, because the first time I saw Daniel was at one of her client events, and I was like, the clients need this information, but us as agents need this information. So that's why he's here today. We're so excited to have Daniel White. You guys are in for another treat. And again, thank you, Austin, who came all the way from Indiana. Everybody give him another round of applause.
All right, Daniel, without further ado, my friend. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate everyone being here today for letting the lawyer get in the room. You know, it's funny. I love these. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Test. Can everybody hear me? Test.
So you still have to use
Oh, so use that. Okay. You know, I love these events because you get out of here and you feel so fired up to go do so much, and even for us lawyers, I'm sitting back thinking, man, I got to get my stuff together. Like, you know, love the presentations that everybody did. What's interesting about all that is so many times we learn about what we should be doing to get the wealth, but we don't talk about how we keep it past death and during periods of incapacity. And even as lawyers, sometimes we're guilty ourselves of not knowing how to keep our own wealth. Is the presentation? Let's see. Oh, there we are. Okay. My presentation is from closings to legacy. It's funny about, I guess it was in 2019, my wife and I were on our way to our first international trip. We were going to Paris, we were going to London, Brussels, and we were so excited. And I remember sitting on a plane and thinking, wait a minute, what happens to the kids if something happens to us on this trip? what happens to my business if something happens on this trip? I was a solo practitioner for many years. I started off as a prosecutor. I've done business law for probably almost, I guess, 19 years now, just short of 19 years now. But we're sitting here on this plane and I'm thinking, what will we do if something happens to the kids? So I immediately start texting my mom, oh, this is my password for this is my password for that. If you need to get into, my bank accounts, this is this. And I don't think anybody wants to live that way. And so many of us professionals, especially, we're somewhat in the same boat. Oftentimes we live that way as if it's gonna go forever, as if we don't need to be planning for what could take place. Many people don't realize what actually happens if you don't have any type of planning in your life. Oftentimes I meet, realtors that have an LLC. They have no succession plan. What happens if you're in a coma? What happens if COVID hits? What happens if God forbid, you actually die? I was appointed administrator here in Collin County on a case for a musician who was somewhat famous before he died, but he died without a will, and he had tons of music out there, tons of intellectual property sitting out there just waiting for somebody to do something with it. And when I came into this state, I knew that there might have been some money there, but I didn't know how much would be there. Fast forward almost, I guess, 5 years now, we've been able to bring in almost $10 million to the estate. That's a great story. The bad story is that his kids have probably only seen about 45% of that money because he had no estate plan. He had no, his copyrights weren't set up. We spent almost $800,000 on a federal copyright lawsuit just trying to obtain intellectual property from someone he did not get contracts with. And so for us as entrepreneurs, especially investors and owning real estate, if you don't have everything properly set up, you're setting yourself up and merely your family for failure. And that's really what my heart is about. We talk about building wealth, and I love, the fact that so much of this has been about building wealth. And even the last presentation where he's talking about this is how you keep your wealth. But what happens to you in a period of incapacity? What happens to you in death? I hate asking this, but I'm going to ask, but how many people actually have an estate plan in here? Don't feel guilty. I didn't have one prior to about 4 or 5 years ago, so don't feel good. And I'm a lawyer, so I just didn't know the importance of it. And a lot of my lawyer colleagues don't have it either. And we're some of the most susceptible people to things happening if we're experience a period of incapacity or if we end up in the hospital or something like that. And incapacity is a situation like this. You have listings. All of a sudden, you're in a car accident. What happens to your listings? I know some of you may be in a larger brokerage or have somebody that's there to step in and handle some of those things for you. But what happens to the cash flow of your home if that happens? You don't have someone set up to be a power of attorney. You don't have someone set up to step in and be able to kind of take over those things. Robert Kiyosaki, it's funny, we just talked about his book, but he states that it's not how much money you make, but how much you actually keep. And how hard it works for you and how it goes on to the next generation. I really want to focus on how you make sure your wealth transfers to the next generation. There's this producer paradox, and you guys are real estate producers, you're investors, you work with people every single day that are producing. And the paradox is that the very same talents and abilities that make you a great real estate agent are typically the same talents and abilities that put you in a position where you are fully exposed when it comes time for incapacity and death. What do I mean by that? You're great networking with people. You're great talking to people. You are your business. You are the face of your business. Your business revolves around you. That is typically a setup for disaster when it comes time for actually engaging in when liability hits. And a lot of people don't think about the fact that there are people out there that are just ready to file a lawsuit to take what you have. I deal with it all the time. And I've been in litigation, and I've seen both in probate as well as in civil lawsuits as a business attorney. People are looking for ways to make sure that to try to sue. And I tell clients all the time, it's not about if you'll be sued. Most likely at some point in time, you're going to be sued. And the question is not whether you be sued, it's whether you can get out of the lawsuit or whether you have something to protect your assets. And the downside is that once that lawsuit comes, once that claim comes, it's too late to protect the assets. Because if you start trying to put money away once this client has said, oh, you defrauded me, or and obviously we've got things like E&O insurance and some things that cover. What happens when E&O is not enough? And you've got a client that's saying, you know what, you owe me $1 million because what you did on this home, my disclosures were supposed to be one way, you didn't do this, or this happened with the brokerage, you guys misrepresented this to me. What happens when that happens? You can't then go sell off some assets, put them in somebody else's name, or put them into an entity. It's too late. And so I love that lots of real estate professionals do have LLCs, but do you have succession planning? Have you made sure that you're not overexposed by having too many properties in an LLC? I love that Texas and some other states have adopted the Series LLC. Have anybody using Series LLCs for companies? Yeah, Nancy, I know we set hers up. So if you haven't, I see people aren't using it. I mean, it really is a great tool for real estate investors. It is the idea that you don't have to go form a new LLC for each property that you decide to acquire. You form one main series LLC, and you have sub-series that are formed each time you acquire a different property. Now, the beautiful benefit of that is the fact that each one of those sub-series LLCs that you have has its own separate, independent, separate liability. And so if one person sues on one of your series, they can't get to the assets of the other series that you have. I have clients we'll set it up with a structure where one of their series may be a management company. One of them may be one that is actually performing the task of collecting rent. But you separate things and you make sure that they stay where they are so that you are not as exposed. What does the producer paradox talk about? Realtors move millions in assets. You are the business. If you stop, everything else stops. As independent contractors, you face high liability exposure with minimal corporate protection. Then you have structural misalignment. Most producers lack coordinated wealth and business continuity structure. How many people are actually operating your business as an LLC in this room? Okay, that's good. I would highly recommend that any real estate professional or investor be using an LLC to operate your business. It is 101 for protecting your personal assets. At the end of the day, if someone decides to sue and you are not operating as an LLC, you've just opened up your entire family's assets for them to be able to go after your entire family's assets. And I get people that will reach out and say, oh, you know what, can I put it in my trust? I have a family trust. One of the misnomers with a revocable living trust, which is usually used for estate planning, is that by putting it in that type of trust, you've been protected. If you have a revocable living trust, which is usually for estate planning, if you can take the asset out and put it back in, it's still considered your asset and a creditor can come after it. A lawsuit can attach to those assets. So you're not protected. Now, there are some vehicles that will work with clients to build up, such as like a business trust or irrevocable trust. Those vehicles allow you to protect the assets and protect people from being able to get into there. But if you just have a revocable living trust and you're just operating without an LLC, everything you've got is susceptible to creditors. So we talk about the exposure. I'm sure most of you carry the E&O coverage. You have oftentimes people who will be commingling assets, and then sometimes people don't have proper insurance and entity alignment. What does that mean? I tell people when it comes to lawsuits, insurance is your first line of defense. You want to make sure that you are insured to a level that if some type of claim comes, you've got enough insurance where it's attractive enough to just stop with the insurance policy. And so for a lot of us as entrepreneurs, it's wise to make sure you've got some type of umbrella policy. And now an umbrella policy is a policy you can get through, tied to your homeowner's insurance. You get a $1 million, $2 million policy. But the beautiful thing about that is, as a litigator, if I'm suing somebody and I decide, you know what, let's see what they actually have. If I know that I can tap into this insurance policy for $1 or $2 million, I'm less desirous to go after their own personal assets and drag this thing on if I know an insurance company is going to pay on that. And so the goal for anybody that is an entrepreneur or that's running a business like a real estate company or as an agent or even a broker, your goal is to make yourself an unattractive litigant. You want people to look at you and see, you know what, I don't really see any assets. And oftentimes that comes from having them placed into the LLC. Sometimes there's structures you may want to put in place where there's some anonymity, because if you know in the state of Texas, you're forming an LLC, everybody knows who the owner is. So we have structures sometimes where we'll set up an LLC out of Wyoming where you have an anonymity and nobody knows who the owner is. Then that Wyoming entity owns the Texas entity. That's just one layer of structure to put some distance, but it also adds an extra layer of liability protection, because essentially now we've got like a holding company and a subsidiary. Now, I mentioned that Series LLC. The benefit of the Series LLC is the fact that for that structure I just gave you with the Wyoming LLC, and then you go form the Texas LLC, it's more cost prohibitive because now you've got to form these multiple LLCs. With the Series LLC, the sub-series that you form, your cost is $25 each time that you form a sub-series just for drafting an assumed name with the Secretary of State. And so that's what has made it more attractive to real estate investors, because I've got clients that will have a main series and have 10 sub-series, each one with a separate individual home that they own that they place into that sub-series. High impact areas for the structural risks is, again, we talked about incapacity. What happens in incapacity? Your active listings freeze immediately, your commission pipeline stalls, accounts are locked, you possibly have no signer. And so these are things that oftentimes people don't even think about occurring that could completely stop the income from, or a major part of the income from coming into your homes. Continuity. Listing contract lapses or the commissions lost to the broker and the family can't access your funds. A lot of people don't think about the fact that they don't have anybody else on their business account that can actually access it in a time of tragedy or if there's some type of incapacity. And so those documents that allow your family to continue on and be able to do what they need to do, they have to be in place or you don't get to keep your wealth. That's where money gets spent. A lot of people don't realize that in a period of incapacity, if someone has to go file for a guardianship, off top, typically the retainer for a guardianship is $5,000. Immediately, you're paying somebody to go to court and have a court determine what's the least restrictive way that we can have someone step in and take over all of this person's affairs. You're paying them $5,000. Typically, they're going to also appoint an ad litem in that guardianship case to come in and actually determine and make a recommendation to the court. So all these fees are coming out and possibly from at a time when your money is tied up in an account that nobody can access. And so you're paying more money for things that you didn't necessarily do on the front end. Day one hospitalization in a real world incapacity freeze. Then everything else is stalled after about a week. After a 30-day pipeline, pending deals fall through commission, income loss, family cannot access business funds for the expenses. And so there's a quick and easy fix for doing all of this, and it is within the form of estate planning and business succession. Now, a lot of people have never heard of business succession. And y'all forgive me for speaking fast. I'm kind of pushing a water hose through a garden hose, so I'm trying to get through a lot of information here. A lot of people don't realize how simplistic documents can help avoid all of this. And it's so important for you guys as real estate professionals. Power of attorney. Your durable power of attorney handles all of your financial documents. Your healthcare power of attorney, living will. Appointing those people that you want to make those decisions to be able to have the access to do what they need to do can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. And interestingly enough, you can get an estate plan for somewhere typically between about $5,000 to $8,000, depending on how much planning has to go into the business side of things. And I oftentimes get entrepreneurs that will come in and just do the estate planning side, or they'll have someone do a plan for them that only covers the estate planning side. That's once you die. And they never take care of the actual business succession. So for those LLCs that you have, just because you've got, an estate plan doesn't mean that someone can actually step in and help run your LLC, take care of your listings, do all those things that are necessary to make sure that your business has continuity. If you go in and you speak with an estate planning attorney or you meet with a professional, there's three things that you should come out. And our firm, we call them 3 C's. And that's clarity, control, and continuity. If you walk out of there and you can't clearly go explain to somebody what happens with your money if you become incapacitated or if you die, then you've just wasted your money. If you walk out of there and you can't tell how you have control to make sure that your money is going to pass on to the next generation, and you have control of how money is supposed to be spent, you've wasted your money. If you don't know what the continuity plan is to make sure that money is being put into a trust so that it can flow, you've wasted money. So what does this look like in practicality? I'm going to use this example of this administration that I was telling you about with the musician. He had no will, had no trust, had no planning, hadn't signed. He hated contracts, so he wouldn't sign a contract before he died. Had none of his musical rights taken care of. And I think that's, it's very similar to a person in your situation who has money out there, money in the pipeline, things waiting to be taken care of, but nothing happens. And he had 3 children. Immediately once he died, a probate was filed. Off top, $5,000 for a probate attorney to come in and do what they need to do. Immediately, the court appointed a guardian ad litem to be the person to determine who his actual heirs are. A lot of people don't realize that if you don't have a will, the simple task of determining who your actual heirs are is one of the biggest issues within a will. And it's one of the first things that has to happen when somebody dies without a will. Going to court and the court saying, these 3 children and his wife are the sole heirs. And you'll have people come in and contest and say, no, I'm actually an heir. I'm a child of his, right? He was never divorced. I'm actually his wife. All those things can be cleared up very simply by just simply having a will. And if you don't have that, again, a court has to do it. So the court appoints a guardian ad litem. Now, since we have 3 children, the court also appoints an attorney ad litem. An attorney ad litem is a separate attorney who comes in to actually tell the court what they believe is in the best interest of those children that are there. On top of that, because we have minor children, they can't take any money. So that means that by law, the court automatically has to create what's called a 1301 management trust. This management trust has to be have a trustee that is a bank or what we call a corporate fiduciary. So all of these things that have to take place that cost tons of money and that have eaten up probably 55% of almost $10 million for these children could have been rectified simply by having some type of estate plan and having some business succession planning for him. And that's the same issue that I caution when I talk to entrepreneurs and even real estate investors like yourself. I get passionate about making sure the kids are taken care of because they didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for us to live in a way that prevents them from being able to get what you intended for them to have. Let's be real. You're making the money that you're making now typically for your family. You're making it for your kids. You're making it for your spouse. And your goal is to make sure that you are being a good steward of those things and you're able to pass those things on to the next generation. And I can't tell you the stress and the look on families' faces when they have to stand in front of a court and they're grieving and just realizing that mom or dad didn't put the stuff in place to keep us out of court for the next year. And we have no idea how to get to the money. We have no idea what's supposed to happen with the money. We don't even know what money is out there. And so for your family, it's so important that you make sure that you go ahead and take care of this and make sure you have some type of planning in place so that they get what you intended for them to have. Because you can make all that money. You can have 50 houses. You can have millions of dollars. But if you have not put things in place to ensure continuity, to make sure it goes to your children, I promise you, you will stand in front of a court and a court will decide who should get those items. And not only that, what's really scary for families, especially those with minor children, a court will decide who is the best person to decide what your family gets. So for instance, with children, you're leaving it to chance for a court to decide who should decide how much money your children get each month. Whereas when we are able to do an estate plan, we put inside that estate plan, hey, you know what? I want to make sure that, I've got 3 kids, they're spread out. Personally, I've got a 16-year-old, a 13-year-old, and a 7-year-old. In my estate plan, it says, since my 16-year-old, if I'm alive when he goes away to college, since he's going to get the benefit of my money during college years, if I die when he finishes college but the other 2 are still in high school, I don't want to have all of my money split right then and there so that my other 2 end up getting less money from their college when the split happens. Instead, you know what? Keep that money in a pot until the last one reaches the age of 23 or finishes college, then split it up. so that it's fair for my kids. So they know I love them and I gave them the same amount. It's your way of being able to give your kids what you wanted them to have. You can't always be there to protect them, but your protection can be there for them in the future if you make sure that you have the proper planning. And so what does that look like, practically speaking? Entity and trust alignment. You have to make sure, one, I can't suggest it or recommend it enough. You have to make sure that you're operating as an LLC. You have to, go ahead and get it formed. I do recommend you have an attorney form it just so you can make sure you've got all of the everything done the proper way, especially for real estate. Can you go get documents? Yes, I have people that go to LegalZoom all the time, and oftentimes they call me and say, you know what, I realize I need an operating agreement, and the one that they gave me isn't good enough. So then I have to go back and we have to fix some of that stuff. But that's part of the clarity portion of what we're talking about. You don't want to have to depend on documents or knowing that someone else just drafted something. You want to walk out of there knowing I've got confidence in knowing that this was done the right way. So I don't typically recommend the drafting software because they're also not going to be there when if you end up in court to say, you know what, yes, I drafted it, this is proper. You're pretty much on your own when that happens. So making sure that your estate plan and your business line up. What does that look like practically speaking? One of the things that we'll do is for an estate plan, we'll actually go in and put language inside of an operating agreement that identifies who's supposed to take over and who's supposed to be able to appoint a new manager for the LLC or who's supposed to be able to run the LLC if something happens. And sometimes that's the trustee. We'll say, you know what, I trust this person to be the trustee, and so if anything happens to me, let that trustee go in and run my business. And you've got 15 listings going at a particular time, and you probably want someone to make that determination of what should happen with those listings versus having the court go and determine what's going to be best to happen. Because I can tell you right now, judges do not know everything. Oftentimes, they've never even dealt with certain areas of the law, and they will just appoint whoever they believe is going to be best to do that. And whoever they appoint is likely not going to be the person you would have wanted handling that issue. Powers of attorney, we talked about the durable power and the healthcare power. Continuity binder, that's a centralized standard operating procedure, CRM, access, assignment. You need to make sure you have all that stuff organized so that whoever comes in and helps out can take over for you. I know for lawyers, we're required by our bar to have an attorney to help out with succession if something happens to us. Actually identify a person who is, I don't know if your rules require that, but whether you're with a brokerage or not, have identified someone or have partnered with someone to say, you know what, if something happens to me, you handle my listing, you handle my listings and handle what's going on with my business. If something happens to you, I've got your back, I'm going to do the same. But making sure you've clearly identified who that person is so that someone else is not making that decision for you. Beneficiaries and titling, you need to make sure your assets are properly titled. If you are investing, you're buying properties, or even the things that you're doing with the real estate business, make sure you've properly titled those things because it's almost wasteful to have a full estate plan, not title things correctly, and still have your family end up in probate having to fight and pay money to do all that stuff. We talked about risk and liquidity. Definitely recommend that you guys get some type of an umbrella policy to make sure that is your first line of defense if anybody decides to sue. And then client offering, differentiate your service with simple referral pathway to estate planning for your high net worth buyers. Because while I'm explaining these things to you, I also want you to take seriously telling your clients as they make sometimes the biggest purchase of their lives, how important it is that they do that for their own families. Oftentimes people will purchase a house, and especially when we talk about people who are blended families. I mean, a lot of our clients are blended families. A lot of people don't know that if a blended family comes together and one of the spouses dies, the other spouse doesn't automatically get the house. They don't realize that the spouse that remains gets a life interest, gets to stay in the house for their life, but when they sell it, 50% of whatever profits come from that house have to go to the other spouse's children that were not their own. And most married couples typically want their spouse to get whatever they have left. And instead of a court deciding that, now you're in a situation where you never put that in writing in terms of what you wanted. From production to legacy, transferable business. Also, making sure that your business can actually be transferred. So we go from having the separate business entity, systematize things to have your SOPs, protect everything, and then optimize. I'm going to spend a lot of time on that portion of it. One of the things I wanted to make sure that I left you guys with was, I don't know if everybody has heard, but there's a new statute that just came out from FinCEN. I know you guys probably remember them last year, all that beneficial ownership things we had to do for our LLCs. But FinCEN has a new regulation that just came out that specifically affects your real estate clients. And it basically says that if a party is buying with cash on a property and they are buying it as an entity such as a trust or an LLC, they actually have to register with FinCEN. And again, it goes to the whole, they're trying to prevent a lot of the money laundering, but why this is important for you guys is that this regulation goes into effect on March 1st. So next week. So if you have clients that are investors or buying things through trust, they need to be aware of that. That QR code has a few items in it. It has an estate planning questionnaire as well as an FAQ, as well as a one-sheet guide that we did on that FinCEN regulation that I recommend you guys take a look at. If you don't have an estate plan, start there for your kids, for your family. Work backwards to make sure that it has business succession planning in it. Because if you don't, the most expensive estate plan is the one you never drafted. I promise you that. It will cost your family thousands and thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours of heartache, and supreme disappointment that I'm sure none of us ever intended for them to have. Right?
No. Cautionary tale. Woo! Awesome, Daniel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much,
Daniel was so professional. Don't fall now. I know you got your estate in line, but don't fall, please. My God, bless in front of my eyes, I tell you. Nancy, we see why you like him, and JD too said that you were on speed dial, Daniel. So thank you. Was that some good information or what?
Raise your hand if you feel like you need to get your stuff in order.
Oof.
You know, I know I do.
How many of you had somebody pass away in your life or had a client pass away and you thought to yourself, my goodness gracious, this could have been a good fuel for that. It really truthfully could be. But all right, on to happier times, shall we say? Let's earn some money back here.
Yeah.
Nicole.
We got to get stuff to protect, right?
Yeah. Nicole, you're not going to believe this.
What?
We're in for a special treat.
I know we are. I've been trying to get Nick to talk forever.
This is twice in a week that we have had a presence from a celebrity. Nick Good, I tell you what, someone on my team said, I only see him on the MLS.
I know. I've been trying. I've asked him several times. So, I think this is going to be awesome. This is a great finale.
It is. Nick Good and Brian Forrest are about to come up. And the thing that I love about them and why we've been begging them to come and speak, and I'm so glad that they are, is that they haven't just sold a lot of real estate. They've actually made a legacy by utilizing the money that they've made from that to turn it into it. And I am super excited to have a front row seat to this. So without further ado, let's welcome Nick and Brian up.
Nick and Brian.
Did he get you mic'd up? We didn't get mic'd up. Okay, here, hold on. Or you can have this, whatever you want.
Or this one?
But hold on, I gotta give you, okay. Well, that's not gonna speak. That's for the audio. Hold on. Where are the little ones at? Is this mine? Yeah, this is yours.
This is yours.
Oh, shit. All right. Here, Brian. Sorry.
So I'll just throw that on? Yeah. Well, this is just for the live stream. Okay. And then this is... Put that in your nibble. Yes, on the... Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
here, I'll just grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Other way?
Okay, while Nick's getting the slides set up, I know this is about the time of the day where my blood sugar gets pretty low too. Does everyone want to stand up and sit back down real fast? Just to get the energy up a little bit? Okay. Sing some Bon Jovi real fast, a little karaoke. All righty. Thank you.
Has this been good, right? There's a couple things with the last speaker. Until you get sued, you're not really worrying about that. I'm going to tell you firsthand. I didn't get sued for a long time, and then the old saying is you're not successful until you get sued, and so you kind of wear that as a badge of honor. Like, I'm not successful yet. Just wait till you get that lawsuit, and then you're freaking the F out, and you're hoping, number one, that you're protected. right? So get with him and just get protected, please. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, those are some sleepless nights that you don't really want to have. So today, what Brian and I want to talk about is all of us real estate agents for the most part? Yes? Yep.
Show of hands?
Yep.
A lot of us?
Okay.
Oh, perfect. We're in the right room.
Who show of hands, who loves paying taxes, by the way? Nobody? Okay. What we're going to share, and I know Dennis Tuttle kind of briefly touched on it, we're going to share the number one reason why you as real estate professionals should be out there talking to homeowners every single day. Even though listings are tough to sell right now, this is your opportunity to start building wealth. And when I was in the back, I was calculating, I was telling Brian, like over the last 4 years, I've been rebuilding my single family portfolio over the past 4 years. Brian, I've had a 64% increase in net worth, right? On 4 properties purchased from 4 listing appointments that I had run over the last 4 years. That has equated into now being worth $1.1 to $1.2 million.
Just over those deals.
Just over those 4 deals, right? That cash flow is $94,000 a year. It's an 14% return on my money. Who would like to have that? Right? So who would like to pay $800,000 in taxes? Oh, you would? No, you would not. You don't want to pay that because you want to have the tax write-offs. So you want to get with Dennis Tuttle to learn about that as well. But I've learned the hard way. After the write-offs. I paid $800,000 in taxes in 1 year, and that was being sued, and that is one of the worst feelings to ever have. And so what Brian and I are going to talk about today is the opportunity first framework. And what we want this to be is not just you sitting there writing and kind of zoning out, maybe checking your phone every now and again. We want some feedback, because what ends up happening is we leave here today and we're all jazzed up. You're like, yeah, I want to be worth a shit ton of money. I want to go invest in real estate. I want to go buy rentals. I want to do this, this, and this. But we don't have a lot of true action items to take away.
Mm-hmm.
Does that kind of resonate with you guys? That happens to me a lot when I go to these. And a little backstory, Brian and I have known each other since...
A long time, 15 years or so.
Yeah, 15 years. And Brian had built up one of the most successful real estate teams here in Dallas-Fort Worth. They were selling 360 houses a year, a little over $150 million in volume, netted almost $1 million in commissions off of that opportunity. And then he was able to spring load that into how many properties and investments?
So together, just Nick and I own a little over, I think, 12 million in assets under management just together. And, aside from personal stats and all that stuff aside, we've been very blessed to run some great businesses. But I do want to bring it back just a second for action steps so we set this off on the right track. Nick and I have been very fortunate to buy a lot of investment properties, a lot of them together, because we've been able to capitalize on the opportunities that are already in front of us. And Nick just said something that I want to make sure that everybody picked up on, because he blew through it really fast because it's almost unconscious to him. But I want to make sure that's very conscious to everyone in the room. Just the 4 single-family deals that Nick's bought over the last few years, did you hear where he said those came from? Listing appointments, right? So what does every investor want, by the way? Opportunity, deals, right? It doesn't matter at every level, right? We're very blessed to have been successful investors, but there are people in our network and people that we get to call, we're very blessed to call our friends, that are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, self-built, and every single time we talk, they want to talk about deals, right? So what every single investor wants, what do we as agents have sitting in front of us every single time we run an appointment? A potential deal. And so what Nick has been almost unconsciously trained himself to do now is see every appointment that he runs as an opportunity for a deal.
How many deals have you sent to your investor clients? How much money have you made your clients? A ton, right, Brittany? How much money did you make off of those tons that you made them? Right? Let me ask you this, Brittany. I'm going to pick on you for a little bit. How loyal are your investor clients? Oh, they only want you for one thing. A deal. Yes, exactly. A deal. And that you're probably getting paid maybe what? 3% on? 3% on a low number, more than likely. They're over here hoping to make a double-digit return on their investment. They're over here trying to probably negotiate your fee down when you go relist it if they're flipping. right? They're over here not bringing you referrals more than likely because they're out there catting around looking at other realtors, right? Yeah, their eyes are this way. They're not dead set. Right? So that's the thing is that how do you change this to you becoming the opportunity first style agent? So that when you're going through and you start looking at it, instead of the only goal that you had as the old way was, man, I hope I get this listing. I hope I get full commission on it. God, I hope it sells. Spent all this money on photography, been doing all these damn open houses, and no one's coming through, but they're over here complaining that I'm not doing enough. Right? We go in there with this fear of losing the appointment. It's a win or loss. When in reality, we've got really kind of 8 steps that we should be looking at. And I'm going to tell you right now, just to jump ahead, the last step is me trying to get this listing. The last step when Brian goes and he's looking at it, he's like, he doesn't even talk about listing. He doesn't want to list their house. He doesn't want to have to represent them that way.
Like 90 days on market right now, and it's price
reduction. Right? And it leads to this, man, I don't really want to prospect. Like we get this fear or we build this kind of block up, like I don't really want to talk to homeowners right now. I know a lot of agents like, I just want to work with buyers. Buyers are fun. It's a great time to be a buyer in this market. Right? But the goal is how can you find the best opportunity? How can you take care of your family first? Right? How do you pay yourself first? Right? And again, a lot of us are seeing here that, you know, if we heard from earlier that 50% of us aren't paying our taxes, this is a great opportunity to have a tax write-off. It's a great opportunity for wealth building. It's a great opportunity to pass it down so you get with your attorney to start building out your estate. Right? You can come into every conversation with confidence that you've got a clear, hopefully, path and answer for them. So the big fundamental change, this was from a mentor. If you've ever been with Keller Williams or you've seen it, he's an amazing investor, yeah. Brett Tanner. Every listing appointment is not a listing appointment anymore.
Right.
It's now an opportunity evaluation.
And what does the seller care about at the listing appointment? What do sellers care about whenever we sit down across the table? Money is one, selling their house. What else? Time. So that's a really interesting point you just made there. So there's a few different things that always come up when I ask that question. One of them is money. Obviously, we're not giving our house away. The other is time, which time is associated with what? Convenience, right? So Nick says this all the time, right? Money changes hands when problems are solved. We oftentimes go into every single listing appointment with the idea that their goal is to sell their home for the highest amount of money in the shortest amount of time, correct? Almost every single one of us, right? Now, if we just make a few adjustments to that, the time and money ratio as far as what's important in their mind, it's not always linear across the board. Some people want convenience more than they want the highest possible price, especially in this market, right? That's how we can create winning solutions, by not making assumptions about what our seller wants at every step of the way. Now, if you're going to run 50 listing appointments a year, 40 of them may really have the patience and the situation that they really just want the most for the home. Those are going to be your standard sellers that you're going to be having those weekly calls right now about why we're still on the market. We might have to have some painful conversations around price reductions and meeting the buyer demand where it is right now. But if I'm running one listing appointment a week, that still leaves 10 opportunities with sellers, hypothetically, where money isn't the main driving factor, it's convenience, and we might be able to find a different win-win situation. And if I do that over the course of a career, that's going to add up to a lot of opportunities. Nick increased his net worth by $1.1 million in the last 4 years off of 4 deals, guys. Do you understand? I had to sell 352 houses to make $1 million. You know how much time that took? Danny B's over there like, bro, you need to start a VA company. You're working way too hard.
So I want to break down and then, interrupt. Like, again, we want to be interrupted. We want questions asked. That, again, we don't like to just hear ourselves talk. We do that on the podcast every single week. So the main framework of this is every seller in your mind now runs through the same decision tree, right? So you start looking at this as like, all right, how do I go in there and be selfish first, right? How do I take care of me? And then from there, when you start looking at that opportunity, you're not going to cheat on this framework again. You're not. There's no exceptions. You don't prejudge a lead. I mean, I had one that came in. I had a past client. I'll give you a quick example. I had a past client who I sold them a house. I sold them 2 houses. I sold her parents a house, their grandparents a house, and they called me up and they said, "Hey, we need to sell quickly." I said, "Okay, great. Let me see what I can do to help you out." And I wasn't thinking about making a cash offer on their house, right? Because I've worked with their family. I just didn't want them to really, I didn't want them to think I was taking advantage of them, which I think a lot of us as real estate professionals, I think that's what ends up happening. I think we're afraid that if we come in with an offer that's too low, they're thinking that we're being greedy and taking advantage of them. Am I pretty close on base? Mm-hmm. Yeah, right? So not knowing the situation, I see them on Facebook, everything looked great. And this client of mine, turns out, I thought they were getting divorced the way they were kind of talking. They didn't want to meet at the house. We met at a Starbucks, and I was like, oh, they're getting divorced. They didn't want the kids around. And so they told me the number they needed to make, or they told me, I was like, guys, we can get more. I'm over here we can sell quicker for more money, right? The normal real estate shtick. And it turns out that unfortunately, this person, the wife, got into some legal trouble. And she's going away for a little bit. And she needed to take care of her husband and her kids. And they just needed a quick solution. And so that's when, every time I cheat on this framework is the time that it comes back and really slaps me in the face to say, people, it's not about the most amount of money, it's about solving their problem at that time. So this is where we come in and start looking at it. We've got our 8-step opportunity evaluation waterfall.
So one of the things that I want to make sure that we kind of touch on as we go through this is the accessibility to each one of these options, okay? Everybody probably understands what each one of these different options means, even iBuyers, things like that, buy and hold as a rental. We have to understand how to execute on these opportunities, correct? And will we agree that when we have, this goes back to Austin, who did a wonderful job before, when we have some capital in the bank, is it easier to execute on some of these opportunities? Okay. Would you guys agree that money is the solution to pretty much all your problems? What? Would you guys agree? Thank you. That was a trick question. Would you guys agree that if you're holding a microphone, you can get people to agree to just about anything? Yeah, the answer was no. And would you guys agree that not having some capital can cause a lot of problems? Absolutely. Mostly in the form of missed opportunities. And so if these options feel like I run across listing appointments that might have these opportunities for me, I just can't execute right now. One of the baseline things that I will tell you that Nick Good did a very good job of early on in his career, and that I took very seriously as someone who considers him a mentor and a friend. Every single check that you make in this business goes to your business, not to you personally, and part of that money needs to be set aside so that you can capitalize on opportunities when they come. If there's one action step you take away from this, it is that opportunity is so much easier to capitalize on when you've got the liquidity to do it. Plain and simple. So whatever you've got to cut out of your life that is a convenience right now or whatever, I guarantee you will come back to you 100-fold if you use that capital, go and capitalize on opportunity. But these are kind of the waterfall that we would consider when we were to run a listing appointment. So the first would be, is the home that I'm currently sitting in, would this work as a buy and hold rental? For my portfolio personally. So let's forget about, can I afford it right now? And do I have the capital? Let's just assume that I do. What would need to be true for this to work for me as a buy and hold rental right now? Okay? I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit to make this actionable because we're on a limited time today and we could really go down a rabbit hole. Everybody knows what a 1% deal is in here right now, right? Okay, are there a lot of them out there right now? There are very few of them out there right now. Does anyone know the percentage of homes in America that do not have an existing mortgage on them, though? Don't whisper. 40. Confidence, yeah. It's 40.3%. Okay, so 4 out of every 10 listing appointments that you run, theoretically, the person's not going to have a mortgage on their home. Okay? I want you to understand that not because we're looking to take advantage of people, but because if you exercise some of these solutions properly, you can turn deals or you can turn opportunities into deals that wouldn't be deals when 1% deals don't exist out there. Does everybody kind of see what I'm saying right now? So what can I do if I own my home? What can I do for you as a buyer to help me make more money over the long term? Yeah.
That's a big part. Let me ask you this question. So Brian's one of the most intelligent person I've ever met, right? Sometimes he can go up here.
Nick hasn't met that many people then.
Well, yeah. Sometimes he can be up here, we're still down here. Do we understand the 1% rule in general, right? You buy a home for $200,000, just like it says on the slide there, you need to rent it for at least $2,000 a month. Now that worked back before what? Before interest rates started going up. That worked before home insurance started going through the roof. That worked before property taxes went through skyrocketed. And so you have to go back and start adjusting your key metric rules. And so right now you're probably looking at, it's probably need to be about a 1.5% rule, right? You need to increase that. You also have to understand the dynamics of what's happening in the marketplace. Rental numbers the demand for rental prices is down. For the first time ever, I've had to push down my pricing for my rental units. I've had to cave in to my tenants when they threatened to leave and saying, hey, I'm gonna go find something for $300 cheaper. We had to make deals. And so it's coming in here when we're going there, sitting there at a listing appointment and looking at our opportunities, your homeowner, that client, is going to still say that this house is worth X amount of dollars. They're going to go the top of the rental numbers, right? We got to be ultra conservative.
Yeah.
And so when we come in here and say, all right, buy and hold, Don, right? Your buy and hold's not working right now at a 1 or 1.5% rule because interest rates are going to cost me 7%. I'm still going to have to put down 20 to 25% as a down payment. Maybe you don't have that, right? Maybe your liquidity is not that strong. Well, if your seller, 40.3% of them, maybe their house is paid off. Maybe it's really close to being paid off. Mm. And then what we can offer them, though, is we can get creative. We can start looking at seller financing. Creative financing options are coming back. This happened in the late 80s. It happened in the 90s. And it kind of went away, started in the kind of the mid 2000s, where interest rates got cheaper. You didn't really need to create the creative financing solutions and options. But you can come in here. I'll give you a perfect example. I bought one last year. An agent had referred it to me. And actually an agent had come to me and said, hey, this person wants to sell their investment property. They're tired of it. It was a dump. I'm going to tell you right now, this probably one of the worst properties I've ever bought. But the tenant has been there 10 years and it hasn't complained. In fact, the tenant has been putting their own money into this property. Who would love to have a renter like that? Right? For 10 years, they built out their own deck. The house flooded and the landlord ripped out the flooring and didn't even replace it. And they've just been throwing their own stick down tiles down. I'm like, all right, sounds really bad. But at the same time, I want a renter like that. And so he wanted an outrageous price for this home. And we went back and forth. I was in Park Cities on spring break. And I didn't close on this until July. So this was about a 4-month negotiation time frame. And I couldn't pay him what he wanted me to pay him. And so us going back and forth, the solution that I had come to offer is he wanted $200,000. I really wanted $125,000. We settled at $160,000, but he gave me a 30-year mortgage at a 4% interest rate.
Wow.
Right? Now, I put down a little bit more down than I wanted to, but I wanted to test out this theory. This is one of my first times dipping my toe into creative financing because I want to follow every single framework here. That property, he pays $1,800 a month in rent. We've still done not enough work to it to bring it up to the right condition. But that property right there cash flows me $900 a month. After all said and done, $900 a month. The return on that for a 30-year mortgage at a 4% rate, you can't beat that. So again, you don't know what someone's willing to take until you start asking questions and start throwing out offers.
So, that's a phenomenal example. Let's do a real quick thought exercise to make this even more real really quickly. So I'm going to just mentally, I'm going to blend these kind of first two steps together and we'll talk real world, real numbers happening right now. So if I was to go on the MLS, I could find a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2,000 square foot, 1-story home in McKinney, Texas. That would cost me about $400,000 if I paid the asking price right now. A lot more than it was pre-COVID. What do you think that would rent for right now?
2,300.
It's about 27 to 27.50 if it's nice. Not 1%. Not 1%. Okay. So if I'm sitting across from a potential client at the table, if they happen to be one of the 40.3% of people that don't have a mortgage on this home and money is not the most important thing to them right now, okay? If I were to purchase that home for $400,000, and the most important thing was not money to this person right now, I could tell this person that I could hopefully pay them a lot more than $400,000, and here's how it would work over time. If I were to put $50,000 down on that home and bring my mortgage down, this is why you need to have liquidity, guys, to capitalize on opportunity. If I was to bring that the price down to $350, or bought it at $400, paid $50 down, and I were to strike a deal with this owner that I was going to pay them 4% IO for the next 10 years. Does everybody know what IO is? Interest only? Okay. So it means it would not affect the principal balance. I would still owe them $350,000 after 10 years. Okay. So an IO at 4% on a $350,000 loan is about $14,000 a year. Just trust me on that. It's 4% of $350,000. Okay. So if I divide that by 12, that's what? That's like that's $1,100 a month, something like that. So really quickly, after 10 years, right, I've paid this gentleman or woman an extra $14,000 a year. Okay, so an extra $140,000 they're getting. Okay, everybody with me? So they've now sold their home for $540,000. Everybody get this? Okay, I owe them $1,100 a month. Okay. I have to pay my taxes, have to pay my insurance, and I can collect about $27.50 in rent per month. I'm going to cash flow on that just a little bit. It's only going to be about $200 a month, okay? Not knocking it out of the park. I'm going to cash flow about $200 a month on that, okay? How much if we just assume standard appreciation of 4%, not 40% like we were getting during the COVID years, but let's just say we assume the national average since about the 50s of about 4% appreciation. Does anybody know what I can expect that home to be worth? If I purchase it at $400,000, what I can expect it to be worth 10 years from now? $592,000. We'll round down for the sake of argument to $575,000. Okay? So 10 years from now, the home that I purchased for $400,000 that I put $50,000 down on, I've been paying $1,100 a month in IO to this person. I still owe them $350,000, correct? So what would I make, or say what would I pull out if I refinanced a $575,000 house? If I refinanced that at 75%, how much money would I pull out of that deal? What's 75% of 575? It's a little, it's about $430,000. I owe him $350,000. You hear me? All right. So that's an $80,000 spread. Now, I'm not going to get into whether or not we're going to go over what we actually owe on them. Let's just say I pull all 75% out. I'm pulling $430,000 out. I give him his $50,000 back. He has now made $540,000 on the sale of his $400,000 home. I've cash flowed a couple $100 a month for 10 years. My rents have probably increased. Right? If I assume that my rents are going to increase by about 3% a year, I'm now renting this for about $3,600 a month. I have made $30,000 on the spread between the $80,000 that I've pulled out on top of the $50,000 I owe him back, right? And now I have a cash flowing rental property that I owe him nothing on. Was that a little high level? That went a little fast there. Does everybody see what I'm saying though? What did it start with though? It started with a person who owns what would be a perfect rental property. They own it outright, and money's not the most important thing to them right now. Okay? You could go to any like solid investment place like Bigger Pockets or anything like that, not to plug other people's stuff, and just figure out the numbers that I told you right there. It's pretty easy napkin math. The important part of what I just said though is I saw an opportunity for somebody to help them make more money, by the way, and it's a win-win situation. And if I get out of the mindset of assuming that they want $400,000 right now, I can make them more than $100,000 more than that over time, and I win as well. And is that going to happen every single day? Of course not. But let's just say 40% of the people that I run listing appointments with They own their home outright. So if I'm running 100 listing appointments a year, let's just even say 50 listings a year, maybe 20 people I'm having that conversation with. And maybe 90% of those conversations go nowhere. And maybe 2 of those people of the 20 are like, that's exactly what I want. Right? I don't need money right now. I would love way more money later on. And you just heard Nick Good talk about how he increased his net worth by $1.1 million over the last 4 years in 4 deals. So I want you guys to understand that one of the most important parts of being an investor is seeing opportunity, but also understanding that you only need to capitalize on it a very small percentage of the time. Most of the listing appointments you run, you will not have that conversation. You don't need to buy 100 rental properties a year, though. What you need is to capitalize on the small percentage of opportunities when they come up, because you see them as opportunities, and you see them as opportunities to create win-win solutions. That's huge.
My takeaway from that is that, number one, we don't have enough tools in our toolbox when we're running listing appointments to be ready for that. Would we agree with that? Going back and having Brian reteach that later on, once you start to understand that at a higher level, is over the next 5 years, that may be the difference between saying, hey, I'm not worried about AI replacing. I'm not worried about technology replacing me as a real estate agent. I'm not worried about losing my sales commission income because I know that I can go and buy 1, 2, 3 properties a year. And in the next 5 years, I'm set. How many people can say that? How many people right now, if you lost your income today, would be in a world of hurt? And that's not a good feeling. Really quick, before we go on to 3 and 4, I always like to try to bring this home to resonate, because as we leave here, I want things to stick in there. In October 6th of 2021, I lost my brother, who was my business partner, to suicide. October 7th, we had investments. We had a whole bunch of loans that we had to go finish. We were building projects. Since October 7th to about last year, my entire focus was not about earning money. In fact, I wasn't worried about money. All I was worried about was finishing those projects. The reason being is because of those investments paid. Knowing that every single year that I had 6 figures of residual or investment style income coming in is a safety net that every single one of you, hopefully you can move forward and start earning and building towards. Because there will be a time, pardon my French, when shit hits the fan. And for the most of us, we're not prepared, and we wish we could go back in time, right? The best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago. The second best time is today. So let's plant that seed today, please, so that if and when, God forbid, if and when that were to happen to you, that you're not in freak out mode of having to deal with a crisis and to worry about finances, because it's not fun. So Brian, walk me through 3 and 4, wholesale and wholesale.
Okay.
Right, so as we're going through this and we're going through our checklists, right, there's, one of the things that we don't talk about, and usually as real estate agents, because we don't like this from the investor world, is wholesaling. And really a wholesale means that what we're doing is we're tying up a property. I'm going to use Dawn right here. We're tying up Dawn's house for, we'll call it $100,000, make it easy number. It's worth $200,000, right? So I'm buying that. I'm offering her 50 cents on the dollar of what her house is worth. Trust me, there are people out there that would take that. And let's say that Dawn is in cash building mode. She's not ready to take down the property. Owner finance wasn't an option. The seller really needed money right now, so we couldn't get creative with it. So we went down to number 3 and we said, all right, Dawn, I'm going to give you $100,000. We're going to close in 3 weeks, but I want the option to be able to assign this contract to somebody else. She agrees, right? It's all written into the contract. Then we're going to go in there, and then I'm going to go out to my investor list. Right? This is where I still want to continue building my investor relationships. And in that, what I'm going to do is Dawn's going to allow me to have, for a 1-day showing, I'm going to show Dawn's house for 1 day and bring all my investors out. I'm going to post it in all those investment Facebook groups, bring them all in. And I'm going to go and offer up Dawn's house for $135,000. If someone were to take me up on that offer, what they're going to do is they're going to take over that $100,000 contract. They're going to pay me a $35,000 wholesale fee, and I move on. right? This is where we start looking at and saying, all right, I'm not in a spot yet financially. Those 4 deals that I bought, I was in a spot financially to pay cash. I have a goal of getting to 15 to 20 houses paid off in cash by the time I'm 51 years old. I'm 43 right now. So if you're needing to get a little bit more liquid, this is a great opportunity to do so.
100%. And so obviously, as agents, make sure, your broker has their policies and all that type of stuff. Don't let Nick and Brian influence you to do anything that they wouldn't be okay with. And I won't say that we don't make this part of our business. The reason is because convenience, time, money, all of those things can be wins for an owner, okay? What I will tell you, and I want to make sure that I make this loud and clear, don't give yourself a bad name. Don't give this industry a name. Don't give investors a bad name. Make sure that anytime you put a home under contract, you are personally going to guarantee that home is going to close. Unless it's a bad deal, right? If all of a sudden you realize there's $95,000 in plumbing issues you didn't know exist or anything like that, right? What I'm saying is don't use this as a strategy if you are not ready to close on it. You have your buyer's list, or you are ready to partner with someone, and make sure you get the deal done. So wholesaling and wholetailing both can be very great strategies because they can move very, very quickly. And we essentially get paid for solving someone's problem. If I need to sell quickly, I do not have the money for repairs, this becomes someone else's opportunity, and I make the difference. If I am not able to make it someone else's opportunity, I don't deserve the difference, right? And I have deceived that owner as well. So just make sure if you're going to go the wholesaling or wholetailing route, you have the ability to execute. And I just say that because there are so many people in this business that call themselves real estate investors and they call themselves wholesalers, and truly they just make phone calls all day, put stuff under contract for too high of a price, they can't liquidate it, and they end up with a really, really upset homeowner, and it makes us all look bad. So if you need help running your numbers or making sure you're getting a good deal, Nick and I would be here to help you. Please, we probably won't give our personal cell phone numbers, but we'll teach you, we'll show you a way to get in contact with us. We'd love to help any of you guys because obviously it becomes, deal flow for us as well. But just make sure you run your numbers and you do have the ability to close.
Shameless plug. Just go on Facebook, go to DFW Realtors. We own that DFW Realtors Facebook group. We also have a meetup tomorrow from 3 to 5 in Plano at Mexican Bar Company. Number 4, wholesale. So wholesale and wholetailing. Right, I've worked through every single one of these. Wholetailing is when you still buy the property. Again, I'm going to buy Don's house for $100,000. I'm closing on that, and it actually doesn't need that much work, right? It doesn't need that much. I can put a little elbow grease. It's something that I can do, and maybe it needs just a little paint, needs a little lipstick, right? Just paint, maybe carpet cleaning. Maybe I need to replace the carpet, cut the trees, trim the bushes, and then I can go put it up for sale for $180,000. Well, now, after commissions and everything else, I'm going to net about 50 grand off of that. So you got to look at where your core, and this is something that I want all your buy box. I want to have you look at all your core rules. My rules are that when I wholesale it, it must generate more profit than a standard listing commission, right? Because if I'm going to put my name on the line, I'm going to put my risk on the line, it still has to be more than what I'm going to earn for whatever I charge as a listing fee, right? My wholesale, it needs to be more than what I would wholesale it for. So typically I look for, a two times profit for a wholesale deal. I've wholesaled some properties in the past couple of years where I made $94,000. That was always a fun one. But typically what you see on most wholesales, you make anywhere from about, $15,000 to $30,000. If I'm wholetailing, I need to really look at making about $35,000 to $50,000 on each property.
Yeah. So fix and flip. Who in here has flipped a bunch of properties before? How's it going right now? There's opportunity in every market.
How's yours going, Brian?
I'll be very transparent. You win some, you lose some. I lost $80,000 on my last flip. And I'm still up lifetime. So this is a journey, truly. I mean, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, if 2 people were standing up here and told you they never lost money, don't listen to those people. They are either incredibly inexperienced and they haven't lost money yet, or they are lying to you. I got my butt kicked on my last flip. Made a lot of money on flips in the past, though. And it's a phenomenal strategy even today, even in a little bit of a volatile market, because the market that's volatile for you who's looking to do a fix and flip is just as volatile for somebody who's got a deal that they might be able to give you. So as a buyer, you can buy deals a little bit deeper, which you need to be aware of what you're buying a deal for because you need to account for the increased risk of a volatile market on the other side. if you're still paying yesterday's prices in today's market, that's where you can get into a lot of trouble. Now, let me ask you guys this. We'll go back, just call back really quickly. What does every investor want? Deals. What do you have? Deals. So as an agent, one of the best ways to get into fix and flip properties, by the way, is to be sources of deals. Does that make sense? What do we normally get when we sell a house? How do we pay in commission? Do we have to? It's your business. I mean, check your ICA. Again, talk to your broker. I'll tell you right now, if you're still in your liquidity or capital building stage, you have access to the inventory. You're an agent. Everybody who wants to sell wants to talk to an agent. Even if they don't list with that agent, they still want to sell their property and they want agents to help them. Okay? What does a FSBO say when you call them if they don't want to list with you? They're like, well, bring me a buyer. And you're like, I don't work for you, right? Because every seller wants to sell. They want to talk with agents. And as an experienced fixer and flipper, I want deals. So if an agent came to me and said, I have a great deal, it's 65% of ARV, and I don't even want a commission for bringing it to you, but let me partner with you and learn on the flip. Instead of paying me a commission, let's negotiate a small equity stake in the deal. Does that sound crazy? No, not at all. That's creative. That's getting creative, getting my foot in the door. And also, by the way, if that person is an experienced fixer and flipper, they're sharing the risk with me. So hopefully it's somebody that I trust, somebody that we're not going to lose our butts on. But my exposure is zero. I'm not going to make nearly what they're going to make. They're probably not going to agree to pay me more than maybe 20% of the profits for bringing them the deal. They might ask me to even show up and do some work, for heaven's sakes. But now I'm in. Now I am officially a fixer and flipper. I am going to gain a ton of experience in that deal. I'm going to get better at identifying deals myself, and I'm going to get a little bit of capital. And is that going to be a home run deal for me? Probably not, right? But if we're doing a deal where we're making $100,000 and I'm getting 15, 20 grand of that for bringing the deal, one, it's better than my commission, and two, I get to be involved in the deal. And going back to what Austin was talking about before, that's the difference between the bag of gold and the temple and the wisdom, right? Now I've got a repeatable process. Now I understand how to get deals done. That's way more valuable than whatever. I almost just said a percentage. I realize we're standing on the stage at Metrotex. Can't say that out loud. It's way better than a certain percentage in commission. Everybody follow me? So fixing and flipping, one, when you're running a listing appointment, if it is a fix and flip deal, you need to find a way to buy that. Truly. Because if it's not a fix and flip deal, or you end up not flipping it, if it is a property that convenience and selling quickly is what is important to them, and you're able to acquire that asset at a discount, you should always be able to disposition it or hold it in your portfolio one way or another. You either flip it, you either sign the contract, you turn it into a rental. If you can find a deal where a seller is willing to sell to you at 65% of the after repaired value, and you don't find a way to acquire that property, you've missed an opportunity. All right? I don't care if it happens once a year, find a way to get that deal under contract. And I'm going to tell you, Jeff Street, one of my mentors, told me this, and a lot of people have, but he reminds me all the time that pressure creates diamonds, right? I will never forget. And if you feel like, oh my gosh, I just put a $200,000 property under contract and I don't know how I'm going to close on it, I will never forget putting a $4 million apartment complex under contract for the first time and being like, how are we going to raise $1.5 million to close on this thing? Like, I think we just got so excited. And then when we signed the papers, I was like, wow, I am so terrified. By the third or fourth time you do it, you're like, it's kind of boring, honestly. I'm not kidding. Every single person here is here because they're an entrepreneur. They're incredibly motivated people. So don't let the fear of not being able to get it done stop you from trying. You guys hear what I'm saying? Right? Don't let the $200,000 or $300,000 fix and flip that you know is a deal, but you just don't know where you're going to get the partner. Pick up the phone, make calls, call me, right? Find a way to get that deal done. Because I promise you, no matter if it's a couple $100,000 or a few million, once you do it, you realize that the world is just kind of like a video game, man. It really is. You win some, you lose some, but if you keep playing the game and you find a way to get deals done, good things tend to happen. So don't let the fear of not being able to get it done stop you from trying, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, something like that that's uncomfortable, maybe out of the norm for you. You do it enough times, you have enough conversation, it becomes routine, right? You become an expert in it, and now you know. Like selling a house, if you're the first time you go to meet a seller, like, man, I hope I told them all the right information. I hope I comped this out right. And then after you go run 10, 15, 20 appointments and sellers, then you can do this with your eyes closed. And then you get upset when they start arguing with you about price, right? Am I right on that? Like, how long have you been doing this? How many homes have you sold? Versus that first-time seller who thinks that their house is worth $1 million and it's only $500,000, right? So if we go down through this and you start to see the way this waterfall works is it starts from building our net worth, right? We're taking care of me first. You're giving yourself permission to start to allow that to happen. And as we go through this waterfall, we start to look at, all right, number 6 is we're now going to start to get into the kind of solving speed problems and brokering the deal and earning a commission. Now that time's gone, we've got another hour left. So now we're going to start looking
There are
at
actually 18 steps. No.
how do we start selling and solving our client's problem. And so we're going to sell an iBuyer. So if we go back to the beginning of my story, my client that I've helped multiple times, and unfortunately the wife is going to be a little bit preoccupied for a little bit of time. I didn't want to make that lowball offer. You know, out of just talking it over with them, I still made them one because, again, I don't cheat on this. But I found another solution, which was an iBuyer that paid them about $35,000 more. And your iBuyers are, we don't want to use this word. We don't like to talk about Open Door, OfferPad. There's some other ones out there. Start looking around there. And I started going around and I said, all right, guys, just out of respect, here's my offer. I would love to buy your house. But what I would love for you guys to do is once you kind of get your life back in order, I want to be your real estate professional. I don't want you to see me gloating that, hey, I built this net worth off of your misfortunes. And so this iBuyer came in, paid about $35,000 more, closed in 2 weeks. And those iBuyers, they have the money. They paid me a commission and allowed me to still charge my listing commission on top of it. So there was still a good percentage return and an ROI there. And again, you're going down the waterfall here. You're going and finding the solutions. And then we get into 7 and 8, since we're on this time crunch here. We go into 7 and 8, and really we start going into, like Brittany said, your investors aren't loyal, but you can make them somewhat loyal. If you're bringing them enough deals, and you clarify, Brian, if I bring you a deal, you're going to send me referrals back. The minute that you stop using me or you stop promoting me online, you stop sending me things, you're now on my out list, and you're not going to get my first dibs. So double ending to a buyer. One of my really good friends, he was even texting me last night and this morning. He was an expired that I sold his house, really tough guy from New York, just kind of really high D personality, really aggressive, become a really good friend of ours who has now built up a really good investment portfolio. I'm his go-to guy. He'll cheat every now and again, I've seen it, but I will tell him and I'll call him back on it because I send him deals. So double ending to your buyers, double ending to your clients. So check to see what buyers, what investors do you have that you can bring it to them. Because now you're no longer just a door opener.
Yeah.
No longer you're just an Uber taxi driver just showing them around, right? There's clear value there in saying, hey, Jeff, how much money have I earned you? Like, I have no problem reminding people how much money I made them. Because guess what? You're going to give it back to me because if not, I'm going somewhere else. Right? And then number 8, it's the easiest one. It's what we do every single day. You're going to sit down there and we're going to list it. I'm going to charge my fee. We're going to go on the market. God forbid that hopefully they listen to us so that we priced it correctly. And then we go and sell it in 30, 60, 90 days. Maybe you hit a home run like I finally did and sold one with multiple offers because I haven't felt that in a while this past week. And then you earn your commission. But you go down, and the biggest thing is you go down this waterfall. You don't cheat on your checklist. But you got to give yourself permission to be to be selfish, to start building that net worth, to start building that nest egg, so that if and when that storm comes, that you're not waking up, sweating in the middle of the night, saying, "Oh, I have to deal with that, and I have to figure out how to pay my bills." That's not fun.
So I hope that you take away from this, as we've talked a lot about numbers and kind of some use cases and case studies and things like that. When we're working in this business, we all want the same thing. We want to build wealth. We want to buy real estate, I hope. And it's really noisy and difficult to do a lot of things all at once and do them really, really well. Is anybody brave enough to admit that they get shiny object syndrome even in their real estate business sometimes? Thank you. What happens when you stack up too many shiny objects all at once? You end up with $400 a month in extra subscriptions for stuff you don't even know what it is. It's supposed to be the next big lead generation thing and all that type of stuff. Point that really want to hammer home today is that when you get good at recognizing opportunity, you realize it was in front of you all along. I'll give you a great example. Who wants to volunteer to just yell out a number? How many homes do you think you've sold in your entire career? Somebody just tell me. 20. Okay, perfect. I love it. Thank you. Okay, so of the 20 people that have contacted or that you've provided 5-star service for, how many of them have sent you a referral? 3. Okay, so we've got 17 people that over the course of 365 days, every day a year, every year have the opportunity to send you a referral, yes? Okay, so how many times a year are you asking them for a referral? No, just give me a number. That's fair.
I stay in touch with them and I don't want to be too pushy.
Yes.
So, but, I need to get a little more assertive.
Thank you for your honesty. I really, really appreciate it. Does anybody else just probably don't feel like they're in touch with their past clients enough? Is anybody who just raised their hand that they're not in touch with their past clients enough, are they up at night thinking about, what do I need to do to generate more business? Like, I haven't hit my listing appointment goal this week. What should I be, should I just do Zillow Flex? Should I pay this expensive thing that I saw at this conference? Should I be running more Facebook ads? Are we thinking every day about how to generate more business? And then we all just raised our hands that we haven't asked for it? So opportunity's right in front of you, is what I'm saying. We need to get better at recognizing it. If we want to build an investment portfolio, the first thing we need to do is learn how to recognize investable grade assets when we see them, rather than spending our time thinking about how we can create more opportunity. I'll give you a really good tip. This tip helped me sell 352 homes just a few years ago. Every single time you serve a client, you should try to get a referral out of them every single year for the rest of your career. So that if you did that, you understand empirically your business would double every single year, right? Because every client would be another deal the next year. It's almost like earning residual income. So be in touch with all your past clients no less than once every quarter, 90 days, okay? Every 90 days, just get good at having this one conversation with your past clients. Say, hey, I'm so sorry, what was your name again? It's Peggy again. How is everything? Hope you're doing well, right? Catch up with them, be a human being, have a normal conversation, but end every conversation and say, hey, I know I ask you this every single time. I'm gonna continue to because it's how I grow my business. My goal is to serve 50 families this year. And the way that I serve them is by advising them on the purchase and sales of their homes. And I count on people like you. This appeals to their basic human need of significance and contribution, by the way. Every single one of us has a need to contribute to others. It is a basic human need. And I depend on people like you that I know, like, and trust to help me find those people I can serve. You following me? Okay? So who do you not if you know anybody, but who do you know? Who do you know that I can connect with that I may be able to serve this year? Okay? Do you think if you had that conversation with 20 people every 90 days that you would get more than 3 referrals? Guaranteed. Okay, so before any of you go and think about anything else that you're doing to generate business and spending money on, let's go back and have that conversation with every single one of our past clients, right? It's about capitalizing on the opportunities that are already in front of us. You want to build a sales team that makes you $1 million a year? Get good at having that conversation. If you want to build an investment portfolio, get good at recognizing if this is an investment opportunity that's sitting right in front of me already. Does that make sense? We spend a lot of time thinking about how we can go find more deals instead of thinking about how what's sitting right in front of us might be a deal. We spend a lot of time thinking about how we can go find more business instead of thinking about the people we've already served and can they find more people like that for us. You see what I'm saying? Simplicity on the other side of complexity. Do those things in your business, and I promise you will build not only an incredible real estate business, but you will build a massive amount of wealth.
Love it. Love it. And then connect with Brian and I. Just go to that Realtor Facebook group. If you have more questions, Julie, you can get Brian's information there. And then we have a meetup tomorrow, 3 to 5. And then we have a weekly podcast just for realtors in DFW. So it's just go to DFW Realtors Facebook group. It'll be in there, posted every single week. So thanks, guys, for putting this on. This was super valuable.
Thank you to our hosts,
so
guys.
much.
Please,
Thank you so much
massive
for
round of
them.
applause for all the speakers today. You guys killed it. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, we got it.
Wow.
Incredible.
We are so honored.
We're honored. Thank
Hey,
you
For
thank
you
you very
guys
much,
to
guys.
speak to us. What'd you guys think? You guys hung around.
Okay.
Look at this.
Y'all hung around.
Nicole and I were mesmerized. You're like, keep going, keep going, keep
Yeah,
going.
we're like, you know what? Normally we cut off if we go over, but not that time.
Yeah.
That was too good. What do y'all
Awesome.
think? Can we get some good feedback? That was awesome, y'all. Thank
All
you.
right.
And thank you to all our speakers. Every single one knocked it out of the park. So much value. I'm impressed with the value.
I mean, I want to go buy like 10 houses today.
I know.
I don't know about you guys. Like, for real. I do. All right. Of course, some of you guys are good students. What? Do I need an agent? Yeah, right? You guys were good students. I see those Eventbrites coming in. And if you guys could just do us a huge favor, we'll let some music go. If you guys don't let me forget this, this is the mom and me. Can you guys please clear your tables? Last time y'all left it here, and thankfully some of us stayed behind to bus it, but Metrotex just started charging us, but the staff was coming in here cleaning up. And I just don't want us to have that kind of reputation. So if you'll clear off your table, hang around, meet some new friends. And until next time, see you guys.
Thanks, everybody.
Photos. Oh, yeah, let's actually go take photos with them in the back before they leave. Come on. Football. Hold on. Get photos with Nick and them, and then I'll come right back.
Have this thing.
Hold on, Daniel, wait. Daniel, wait.
Oh.
Who else is still left in here? Oh, Austin's here too, so that's good.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Hey, Brian, come take a picture with us real quick.
Okay.
Oh, he's going to get the light out. You
Thank
too,
you so
Austin.
much for
Yeah.
having us,
Oh,
guys.
you
I
bet.
really
That was
appreciate it.
Yes.
y'all were amazing.
Hey, but do I look tall standing next to Nick, or should I move?
Everybody
you.
looks tall next to me.
Daniel, you know, he takes all my photos, like most of my
He's your
photos,
photographer.
like for
Yeah.
my Bumble
We would
and all
have
my
no
stuff.
Facebook photos.
But literally,
if we didn't have Daniel.
Dennis Tuttle was here. He went and gave him his card and said, can I hire you for events? He goes, I only work for Brittany. I said, you were very expensive.
That was great.
So-
Good job on this.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
thank you
Y'all
guys.
were
Seriously.
so good.
We kind of were like, man, how are we going to do this? Because my team keeps asking for like investment and money stuff. I'm like, I'm not the most qualified person to do that. Like, I am, but not. So,
Hey, good to see you. Yes, thanks for coming in.
all right. I just want to get pictures with y'all.
I know. I was going to ask them about Bill, but I didn't want to ask them for him.
Ask them for what?
I was going to ask them if they're available.
Oh, yeah, Bill. Okay, I'll send them.
Hey, this is Nicole Russo.
Hi.
And this is Brittany Stewart. She just joined us here at EXP. So new agent partner.
I love that. Welcome.
And so, yeah, came from another brokerage. And she sent a text. I wish I would have joined the brokerage.
I know it is. We all regret it. When Nick left, I almost died
Yeah.
because we were both in production same time, and I was like, "Why is Nick leaving?" And then then I came and I was like, "I was so dumb. I should have listened."
We hear it a lot.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
We're glad you're here.
I know. I was trying to fight the whole like join a big brokerage thing.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, I think I need a big brokerage
No,
thing.
it is. And it's not even that.
It's
You're
not even
powered by
big.
Nick.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
everything.
Well, I saw people kept commenting like Nick, and I was like, okay, let me have a conversation with him.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll do it. Let's
Yeah,
go.
I
And I
love
was trying to kind of hold off, and then he's like, all right, whenever you're ready. Like a day later, I'm like,
No,
all right,
you're
I'm
like,
coming.
I'll think about it. And then you're like, I'll call you Monday. And then the next day, you're like, all right, I'm in.
Yeah, I was like,
So,
all right,
we're so happy you're here.
Happy you're
And
here.
then
It's good to
Nicole
meet you.
and Brittany do a lot of like EXP, not just EXP events, but just
Tap in.
Tap
Yeah,
in.
anything that we do, we all collaborate
How do I
together.
find you?
You can find us on social media too, but it's expntx.com. Those are all the upcoming events, but we do these almost every month.
Take a picture of that slide.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do it here at Metrotex. Yeah, always.
That's good to know. I'll keep
Yep.
an eye out for it because I know you share it on the group now too.
Yeah,
So that's
usually,
all I
yeah,
thought.
I need to do better. I'm trying to make sure it's not an EXP in that group. I don't need to muddy the waters.
Yeah.
Because Brian's not with EXP, he's with United. So we keep everything as broker agnostic as possible.
And we try to do this too. You heard us talk about some events, but it really is.
We try to keep it agnostic the best we can. Every once in a while, something slides in, but yeah.
So whatever you need, just reach out, and they're great advocates too.
Yeah, for real.
Good to meet you.
Yes, good to meet you.
Would you guys, if you have it available, that was so good.
Yeah, it was.
July 30th and 31st, the Build event. It's gonna be a pretty big event.
Is it
But
here?
It's gonna be here.
Heather, have you met my wife, Heather?
Yes. No,
Okay, Brittany, this is
Hey, how are you?
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I see you on his Facebook, but that's it.
Yeah.
Just like we don't see him in the flesh, you know?
When are we? So they're asking if Brian and I can do this at the Build event, which is a big deal, July 30th and 31st.
Either one of those
Can I do
days.
that? No, can I?
Yeah,
We're gonna
this
be
is new.
We're going to be in Michigan all of July, so I would have to either we're flying or driving back early. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Julie.
Yes.
Hi, Julie. Nicole Russo. Nice to meet you.
I missed you the other day.
It's been forever, my friend. Good to see you.
I'll send you the stuff. I'll send you the stuff.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
so
Y'all did good. Thank you, Brian.
So good. How you doing?
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, we can do it.
You can do it? Great.
All right.
Yeah.
Just let us know maybe the 31st, so you don't have to worry about it. Try to do the
No,
31st.
I can come back early.
Okay.
Because you never know if she makes. And we rented a house in Traverse City for all of July.
Oh, cool.
In summer?
Yeah, we've got her. She's got her cousin up there, and I'm like, I hate the heat.
They say it's so beautiful.
Yeah,
They
I
say
just
it's
want
like
to golf.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Chill
So
out.
I'm trying to get my recruiting up so my numbers get back up.
Oh, right. I know it's been a little rough. I know. I told Nicole I just got hazed because the EXP stocks talking trash.
I've been
It's
selling
all
I haven't been.
which is great because I've been taking losses, so it goes against my
Oh,
taxes.
Yeah.
And then I'm reinvesting in some down technology stocks right now.
Really?
Yeah.
That's smart.
But I bought the house, and I don't want to make this about EXP, but one of the houses I bought all cash because I sold EXP
Oh,
stock, and the
1000%.
return has been massive.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad because I told you too. You know, I told you I had to give my ex everything. We have one last house to sell. This is motivating me to get back into it. You know?
How are you?
For real, getting into it.
Good to see you, Jerry. Yes, thank you.
Go, Terry. Daniel's such a good photographer. How are you? Thank you. Did you learn something new?
Oh yeah.
Perfect.
What was it?
You don't remember it yet? You're ready? Just go back and look at those notes that you took. I'm sure you got time.
Yeah, this is a good one though. I was excited to hear about this stuff, you know? For
Y'all
sure.
always do a great job.
Thank you. Sometimes we're like, well, we hope this all comes together right, but it seems to.
Yeah, those speakers today were
Good
phenomenal.
subjects.
Yeah. Well, we were like, we just talk about making all this money, but what do we do with it?
Yeah.
Like honestly, it's the truth what they're talking about. It's like burning for another commission, but what if you get a couple good commission checks and you can get it to work for you? Work
And then they go on a trip or a cruise or buy a car and then they're back to where they were.
Oh yeah.
Good point.
Yep.
Good
Yep.
point.
It was good.
You had good
It was
points
good.
on how to keep what you make.
Just asking his main clients are DI.
Yeah.
And I do because
Yep.
they don't want to listen and they go blow it and start all over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where
I hear you.
the SC's got it figured out.
They do. I'm not an SC, so.
We wouldn't know about that.
It's good to see you, though, Terry. It was nice to finally meet you.
Yeah.
I'm the one who said, "Did you hear what I said?" When my agent Nick came to the real producer thing the other day.
How you
Agent
been?
goes,
Good.
"See him on the MLS."
Oh, really funny. I was like, if that was just a punchline, that was a good
Life.
It was in real life.
Yeah.
I love it.
Hi, Nicole. Nice to meet you.
Oh, I see him on the MLS. Yeah, I told him he was like, "Oh." So we keep asking him, which I get it. He's preserving his energy. So
Well, I'm
I
glad.
was telling him
y'all
that
came.
I got divorced last year. We were talking about it at the real producers
Uh-huh.
thing. And it sucks because I feel like I'm starting all over because I had to give my exit a lawyer. So I had to give him everything so I could keep my house and my
Okay,
office.
cool.
But I was telling Nick, it just sucks because it's like you work and you build this stuff up and you give it away.
Okay.
So it took me about 2 years to figure
Yeah.
out. Like,
Well, connect
this is why I feel this way.
Connect
Now I'm
on
trying to-
Facebook
that's why I
or
was being
Instagram
serious.
and
I
message
feel
me and we'll exchange
like if I'm on
information.
the saddle, I just stop.
That's step one. Yeah, you bet. Okay. Thank you guys. Yeah. Yeah.
See, I have a bunch
Good.
of areas.
The 2-year-old's running the house. He runs it. You know? He runs it. It's like a war zone. He's obsessed with throwing shit. He like throws trucks all over. I'm like, I'm in the other room like, oh my gosh, what's he breaking now? He's one of those. One of those.
But
That's a good question. I'd say Brian. Yeah. I'd say Brian. Yeah.
So I loved hearing this because it's like
I don't like ruining stuff.
It's stupid. Like,
You know?
how do people I can ask?
So,
Like,
and I like the way I don't know. Not that Brian does, but he's just a tornado. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's so stupid too.
There's
Because, like, I do a lot of production. Too.
Chaos, you know? But it's all good.
I get a lot of cash off
He's all good. How about yours?
Like my agent just took one the other day.
You're
I'm like,
doing
why
good?
didn't you give that to me first to buy? She's like, oh, I didn't think about it. I was like, well, shame on me.
Yeah.
Like, so stupid.
Yeah. Good. Well, we'll catch up more for sure. Yeah. I'm glad you're back in the mix.
She's like, I'm looking at these houses. I said, well,
Good. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. It was very nice to meet you.
It's like a couple and they come and order and they'll be like, oh, well, can I get French fries?
Yeah.
Like, and they're like, why are you asking? Are you asking permission to get French fries? That's exactly what they want.
Yeah, and the way you looked at it, I'm like, they're like, my kids are like, can I go to so-and-so's house? I'm like, I don't
Good job,
like,
guys. Awesome. Very cool. Okay, I'll be at all the next one.
that's cute.
And then let's talk about,
Yeah, but then I thought we will be
get this involved. Because it's on topic, same topic.
Oh, that's awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Great.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Out.
sure.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We'll get you on the May one.
Yeah,
Wayne,
okay,
Wayne and
cool.
I are doing listing mastery, so.
Okay, yeah, let me know. I'd love to be involved. Yeah, great. Yeah, that would be great.
Dane was the best.
All right.
I see that.
Yeah.
Which one is, I don't know. What
Oh, here.
One of those is mine.
I got
One
the
is mine,
furry.
One is mine. One is mine.
This is yours.
I got the furry.
I forgot it's still on. It's still live.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I know it. Everyone, if you're listening,